నేను కూడా ఇక్కడ సైమల్టేనియస్ గా లాగిన్ అయ్యి ఉంటాను. అవునా? ఆఫ్ చేసినా కూడా అది ఆఫ్ చేసే ఉంటా. నేను మామూలుగా దీని ద్వారానే అవుతా. ఇది జస్ట్ వీసీ గారు మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు ఇది మైక్ ఆఫ్ చేసిందా, రెండు ఆఫ్ చేసి అంటే జస్ట్ స్టాండ్ బై ఉండటం బెటర్ కదా. అంటే లైవ్ ఎలా వ్యూ అవుతా ఉంది అని ఆయన చూసేదానికి ఒకవేళ. స్పీకర్ స్పీకర్ ఆఫ్ లో ఉంది కదా, ఆఫ్ చేయండి. స్పీకర్ ఆఫ్ చేసి Visibility video. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Very good morning, sir. Malared, sir. We are just waiting for our Vice Chancellor, sir. 10:20.
Yeah, we'll wait. Good morning. Good morning. Very good morning to everyone.
Yes, sir. Sir, we sincerely request you to be here for lunch, sir. Join us for lunch. We have Dodla Dairy Chairman is coming. Thai Hyderabad President Manohar Reddy is coming. Jay Chaudhary garu, Mavisi garu, andaru untaru, sir. We sincerely request you to be with us for the lunch, sir. Malared.
Okay, where is it?
ikkade ma Atal Incubation Center lo, sir.
Okay. That is Kankur Road lo kada.
University lone, sir. University lone mana Google lo if you type Atal Incubation Center it will bring you here, sir.
ఇంతకు ముందు వచ్చాను నేను అక్కడికి.
ఆది
ఉన్న బిల్డింగే కదా, ఆది ఉన్న బిల్డింగ్
కాదు సార్, ఆది బిల్డింగ్ అదర్ సైడ్ ఉంటుంది సార్. యూనివర్సిటీ మెయిన్ క్యాంపస్ లోనే సార్, ఫిజిక్స్ బిల్డింగ్ వెనక ఉంటుంది సార్.
ఓకే సరే, I'll join you. What time is it?
1 o'clock, sir.
Okay.
1:30 మధ్యలో you can join.
Okay, I'll join. Thank you, sir.
So we are anyway all the other attendees very good morning, and we'll just be getting this program inaugurated by Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor M.R.K. Reddy. And we are just expecting more participants to join. We have around 200 people who have registered for this program virtually, and 100 people are expected physically because we have planned this program both virtually and physically. And physically there are stalls in Atal Incubation Center where 13 startups are demonstrating their products, whereas around 18 startups are demonstrating their products virtually. So you can go through the virtual exhibition also based on the credentials that are given to you by our admins. And this is just a experimental scale that we are trying, where the platform, everything has been designed by a student of engineering college. So everything is a experiment, everything is an idea. We are just almost all the startups are also basically started by the students and faculty. So we expect this to be a beginning of revolutionary change that we are expecting in this region, which is considered to be the industrially backward region. And as you all know, that the economy of any country can be blossomed only when we have more number of startups instead of having one big company. So we can have many small companies wherein the local economy builds up with that. And with that aim, in fact, Niti Aayog has sanctioned Atal Incubation Center to Sri Krishnadevaraya University, and because of which we are all here. AIC-SKU Confederation is a Section 8 company. We are registered with Ministry of Corporate Affairs. We have a board of directors. Chairman of the board is the Vice Chancellor of the university, Professor M.R.K. Reddy garu. Then we have two board of directors nominated by the Executive Council of the university. Myself, Professor K. Nagabhushan Raju, and we have another Professor A.V. Ramana from Commerce Department. Then we have from industry, we have Mr. Manohar Reddy, who is a Thai Hyderabad President currently, and then Mr. Jay Chaudhary, who was earlier STPA Director and Angel Investor, and is also currently the Chairman of the Indian Blockchain Standards Committee. So we are just moving ahead with the plan of action that is normally monitored by Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog Government of India. And we have planned this program. Basically, morning we will have the virtual sessions, and then followed by afternoon we will have more of exhibits, demonstration of products by different startups, both physically and virtually, and everything we will also be giving you through YouTube Live. And in the afternoon, as a mark of concluding remarks, we have Mr. Ramanan, Mission Director of Atal Innovation Mission Niti Aayog, who will be delivering a leadership talk addressing the startups who are attending this platform. So that's the brief idea of this program. We request you to bear with us, and we will soon be inaugurating the program with the joining of more number of participants. So kindly do bear with us, and we'll soon start the program. So thank you very much. Here's the answers. Yeah, video good. So in the meantime, I request our CEO, Dr. Shivakiran, to share the schedule of the day. Dr. Shivakiran, are you online?
Hello, Namaste and good morning. This is Dr. Shivakiran, CEO of Atal Incubation Center, and a warm welcome to all of you. And thank you, Professor Nagabhushan Raju sir, for engaging and giving an introduction about the Atal Incubation Center. And I welcome Professor M.R.K. Reddy, the Vice Chancellor of Sri Krishnadevara University here. So before we start, I will just share the schedule of the today's proceedings. So this whole event has a two parallel sessions running. One is a physical exhibition of the technologies and the products to the audience and to the guests, and parallelly the virtual event where we have two parts. Morning session we have leadership talks by the eminent people like the Professor M.R.K. Reddy, the Vice Chancellor of the university, and we have panel discussion. Then we have leadership talks by Mr. Naveen Lakkur and Balachandran, who is the Vice President of ISBA. ISBA is basically it's a consortium of all the incubation centers and business incubators, science and technology entrepreneurship parks of this country. So he's the Vice President of that. So he'll be addressing us. Followed by we have panel discussion, where we have 5 experts, Jay Chaudhary Garu, and Mallareddy, Dr. Mallareddy Garu, and we have Maithili, and we have James and Sheshadri, Dr. Sheshadri. So the panel discussion will be mainly about the challenges faced by the startup, especially in the rural areas. So this will be the morning session, and we will conclude with the lunch. And in the afternoon at 2 o'clock, we'll have a session on exhibition where all the startups will be showcasing their products online as well as offline. And around 4:30 will be from 2 to 4 o'clock. So the important chief guests will be Mr. Manohar Reddy, the president of TAI Hyderabad, and Sridhar Krishnamurthy, MD, Arja Steel. Then we have Jay Chaudhary Garu, Dr. Mallareddy Garu, and we have guests from other incubation ecosystems. Then Mr. Sunil Reddy, MD of Dodla Dairy. Then we have local industries. So these people will be visiting us, and virtually there are more than 200 people already logged in. and many more will be logging in and visiting our stalls. At 4 o'clock, we have a leadership talk by Mr. Ramanathan, who is the mission director, who is the man behind Atal Innovation Mission. So he'll be addressing all the audience at 4 to 4:30. So the event concludes at 5 o'clock. So this is the overall schedule of today's events. Uh, all of you are requested to join us. If you are in Anantapur, please do visit us physically after 2 p.m. And those who could not come to Anantapur, but those who have mobile phones and laptops can definitely visit our virtual stalls and talk to our startups, understand and advise them. And if there is any scope for collaboration, please do help them and guide them. And thank you very much. So stay logged in, and we'll have much more exciting sessions today. In a couple of minutes, we'll have inaugural address by the Vice Chancellor of this university. Please stay logged in.
Yeah, ఆల్రెడీ స్టార్ట్ అయిపోయి పంపనూరు కలకత్త గ్రూప్స్ కి అలా పెట్టాము. చాలా వరకు ఇప్పుడు ఇంకా ఆన్లైన్ కూడా వెళ్దాము. బిజినెస్
మహిళా సంఘాల
అంటే మన ఫార్మల్ గ్రూప్స్ దాంట్లో స్టార్ట్ చేసి
ఇది బ్రాండ్ నేమ్
బ్రాండ్ ఏం తీయలేదు.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Please, please give a S mark in the chat.
Okay, sir. Your voice is clear. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
నేను కూర్చొని డ్రైవర్ అన్నాడు, సారు పైకి పోయినాడు, మీరు కింద ఉన్నారు. ఇదే అయ్యో చూసి లేదు చేసినాడంట, అయ్యో ఇచ్చినాడు, రాజు ఇచ్చిన.
Audio is also on.
Yeah. So good morning, everyone, and I extend a very warm welcome to our Vice Chancellor, Professor M.R.K. Reddy Garu, to briefly inaugurate virtually of this AIC-SKU Startup Summit 2021 conducted today with the support of Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog Government of India, and AP Innovation Society. I take this a privilege to welcome you all to this first ever virtual startup summit by AIC-SKU. We are doing it on an experimental scale by a platform developed by the students of engineering college. So this is just a prelude to the very big summit which we'll be planning later in the year with pan-India startups with virtual exhibition. Now with this few words, my name is Professor K. Nagabhushan Raju, Director of Atal Incubation Center at Sri Krishna Deva Raya University. We have our Vice Chancellor, Professor M.R.K. Reddy Garu, who is a famous geologist and is basically a professor of Yoga University. He has served different positions in Yoga University and Sri Venkateswara University, and almost all the administration positions were held by him. And now currently he is trying to bring a sea change to the Sri Krishna Deva Raya University in bringing it back on the track of academic excellence. Now I request Professor M.R.K. Reddy Garu to briefly inaugurate virtually, sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. At the outset, I congratulate the team of Atal Incubation Center, Sri Krishna Deva Raya University, in organizing such a thought-provoking event like Startup Summit, which will essentially be a virtual congregation of several startups showcasing their innovations and products of the ecosystem enablers. I can proudly say that Sri Krishna Deva Raya University, Anantapuram, Andhra Pradesh, happens to be the only university from among the central and state fund universities in the country to get recognition from Niti Aayog, Government of India, for setting up of Atal Incubation Center out of a stiff competition from 3,658 applicants in 2017. Thus, Atal Incubation Center, Sri Krishna Deva Raya University, was established in September 2017 as a Section 8 company and became fully operational in 2018, catering to three key domains of agri and food technology, renewable energy, IT and ICT. Currently, it has 17 startups, 7 innovations, reached out to 20 plus colleges, 11,000 plus students, 650 plus have been trained. Atal Incubation Center, Sri Krishna Deva Raya University encompasses 10,000 square feet area incubation space, 5 acres agri-market space, 60-seater plug-and-play co-workers space, plug-and-play office for anchor tenant companies in technology sector. The vision of Atal Incubation Center, Sri Krishna Deva Raya University, is to increase, create, and inculcate entrepreneurial spirit in the community ecosystem and groom startups and emerging business in the sectors which lead to job creation and provide for the enhanced economic health of the industrially backward region. About Atal Incubation Center, Sri Krishna Deva Raya University Startup Summit 2021. This Atal Incubation Center, Sri Krishna Deva Raya University is organizing this AIC-SKU Startup Summit on 19th January 2021 to showcase their startups and entrepreneurs to the global audience. This Atal Incubation Center, Sri Krishna Deva Raya University, has created a blended mode of exhibition, physical and virtual, to provide opportunity to the startups to reach out to the market, interact with their potential customers, and got the feedback for further prototyping, meet the mentors and investors and exchange knowledge. I wholeheartedly welcome all the participants to this summit in general, and it's in particular appreciate the time and effort of the following guest of honors. Mr. Sunil Reddy Dodla, Managing Director, Dodla Dairy. Mr. Manohar Reddy, CEO, PG Inc. and President, Time, Hyderabad. Mr. J.A. Chaudhary, Chairman, Indian Blockchain Standards Committee. Mr. Sridhar Krishnamurthy, Managing Director, Arjas Steel. Dr. Y.V. Mallareddy, Director, AF Ecology Center, Rural Development Trust. The leadership talks by Mr. R. Ramana, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, Government of India. Mr. Naveen Lakkar, Chief Innovation Officer, Institute for Inspiring Innovations. Dr. A. Balachandran, Vice President, ISBA. Dr. S. Seshadri, TBI, Indigenous and Frontier Technology Research Center. Mr. James, Senior Project Advisor, Center for Social Innovations and Entrepreneurship, IIT Madras. It is my privilege to formally inaugurate the Atal Incubation Center SKU Startup Summit 2021. I sincerely wish and hope that this virtual summit would be of immense benefit to the entrepreneurial ecosystem of the industrially backward region of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you one and all, and best wishes.
So thank you very much, sir. I sincerely acknowledge your presence in inaugurating today's virtual summit, and I hope all the participants will enjoy the presence of several startups and the virtual talks by eminent people in the field. Right. So thank you very much, one and all. We will sign off. Now I request our CEO, Dr. Shivakiran, to please take over the virtual proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Nagbhushan Raju, sir, and thank you, Professor M.R.K. Reddy, sir, for graciously being here and inaugurating our summit, AIC-SKU Startup Summit 2021. And thank you for that. Going further, the next event is a leadership talk. The title of this talk is career opportunities in entrepreneurship. This is something very different talk we had envisaged, keeping in mind the alternative careers, because now the startup and entrepreneurship has becoming buzzword, and all the governments, including India and abroad, looking entrepreneurship as a game changer for economic development and sustainable future. Keeping that in mind, today we have invited Mr. Naveen Lakur, the Chief Innovation Officer of Institute of Inspiring Innovations. That's an organization located in Bangalore. They have been engaging with a lot of youngsters, colleges, corporates, and people of different walks of life to inspire them and create a leadership entity in them. Mr. Naveen Lakur has been in this sector of leadership management for quite decades, and he himself is a leader, and he has been extending his services to corporates such as Mercedes-Benz and so on. So Mr. Naveen Lakur is also master mentor for AIC-SKU program, which is being conducted for all the incubators associated with Niti Aayog. So Naveen Lakur is an amazing storyteller as well. In fact, he has authored a number of books, A Little Extra, Found, and Inseparable Twins. For the information of all the audience, the Inseparable Twins is one of his beautiful books. He's listed among the top 100 collections by Mr. Abdul Kalam. So that is, he himself prouds about that. More than anything, he says that Mr. Dr. Abdul Kalam has considered his book as one of the top 100. And in fact, whoever visits a museum in Delhi, where Abdul Kalam's books have been displayed, Mr. Naveen Lakur books, you can find it there. So I think that would be the greatest introduction I could give. He would agree with that. So with that note, I welcome Mr. Naveen Lakur, to inspire us in the same level here as well. So over to you, Naveen sir.
Thank you so much. Namaste to all of you. Thanks for that just wonderful, warm welcome that you've had. Very happy to be here. Just a quick sound check. Am I audible? Yeah, good. So I get a signal saying, yes, I'm audible. So after that introduction, I think now he's setting the bar high. That is what happens with entrepreneurship, right? So if you want to have a career in entrepreneurship, I think it's important that, first of all, the entrepreneur themselves are the brand ambassadors for their own organization. So it's important that, different fields, irrespective. If you take example of Patanjali, what an amazing story. And the best brand ambassador to that has been Ramdev Baba, right? So look at even though there are some celebrities associated, but from where to where it is reached, from simple products, Ayurvedic approach, and ancient wisdom being tapped into and created a phenomenal enterprise today, giving a run for the money for all the MNC, the established FMCG products. What a story from India. So what an entrepreneurial story. And if you look at it, it's a social enterprise. So there are many stories, many examples, and I will be happy to bring out few of them which has inspired me and which can inspire you, and hope you would understand the power of why entrepreneurship is an opportunity, as a career opportunity today, right? So let me share my screen, and I will have few slides to share and talk about. So here I go. I hope you're able to see my screen, and yeah, I'm going to be speaking about entrepreneurship as a career opportunity. So if you are ready, let's look at what does it take hopping on to entrepreneurship wagon, right? That's a journey that you're going to be on. And let us understand what it means and how does it look. So here. what would I wish to cover during this talk today? Why entrepreneurship? Let us look at if we want to hop onto this wagon, what does it look like, and why entrepreneurship? And few myths and few facts we will look at, and a framework to follow. So if we want to become an entrepreneur and take this up as a career opportunity, then let us look at a framework, and then the entrepreneurship ecosystem. What does it mean? And if time permits, we will probably take a couple of questions. And now, with that as an agenda for today's talk, let me open with questions. Right, that is what mind-boggling. So many questions in our mind: how, why, what, where, and when is the right timing? And thanks to the corona, now the pandemic is really created a fantastic opportunity, according to me, for entrepreneurs. And irrespective of the region that somebody is in, whether economically advanced or in the backward, there is a phenomenal opportunity because it's neutralized and technology is come in as an equalizer and equal opportunity being created. So even this session, if it is happening today, irrespective where somebody is able to join in, right? And SKU has taken a fantastic step towards wanting to create that strong ecosystem and support system, and using technology, the virtual session happening. So wanting to create a fantastic entrepreneurship wagon. So many questions I'm sure is there in your mind. What should I be doing? When is the right time? Now is the right time, right? You can't expect a better time than now, because of several things. The kind of support system which is there, including our Prime Minister just recently initiated a 10,000 crore fund, to be 1,000 of it meant for startup initiatives, for funding. So they want to support more startups. And we understand why entrepreneurship. I think entrepreneurship is the way to really build a sustainable economy, right? My guru, Satya Sai Baba, when I heard him saying, saying that, entrepreneurship, he wants a lot of students to embrace entrepreneurship for the reason that he says there is, a problem worth that, we take up and solve, which is required to be solved. Second is that, we need to create employment, rather than seeking jobs, why not we create jobs, right? And third is that good people need to create wealth, good people need to create value, so that, it is very beneficial for the society. So these are actually inspiration to me as to why I'm doing what I'm doing. So it is very simple, beautifully explained. And now if I can relate, entrepreneurship is one of those very rare fields where it brings in both happiness and prosperity. So very, very difficult for both to come in. And, for the youngsters, young at heart and young at mind, irrespective of the age, entrepreneurship is one of those phenomenal vehicles where you can create a big impact, right? And innovation is on steroids, a lot of energy, enthusiasm, you want to create an impact. So that's what entrepreneurship wagon is all about. So with that, let me share that, I want to draw a few inspirations from my book, A Little Extra, for this part of the session. And one of the quote here is about having a job is ordinary. Having a job is ordinary. Providing jobs is extraordinary. It's a story to me, this might be a quote, but as an entrepreneur, it is important for us to realize that, we belong to this very special category of providing jobs, right? Rather than seeking. Nothing wrong in seeking jobs. We all need jobs. We need work. We should look for good work to be done. But you can be a little extra and draw that satisfaction of providing jobs. Let me tell you one story, a little extra story of Murli Ulaganti. Okay, he is from Tenali, from Andhra Pradesh. and he grew up there, and then went on to study at BITS Pilani, and then went to the US, as many of the youngsters would have their ambition and aspiration to go to the US to pursue their career. And he went there to the US, and then in the financial industry, he had studied mathematics and, genius, big brain, small stature, but big brain. And he got a seat in Manhattan, which is like the New York, the main place where who's who is seated, because they control the whole financial sector. So he was seated there and working, right? And but one day, one little data made a huge difference, dramatical difference in his direction. In year 2000, he gets to come across a data which said the urban development was surpassing the whole rural thing. So it was not a good news for him, because he realized that so much of rural youth, they are all coming into the cities, and then the parents there are losing that whole relationship in terms of dependency on children who will take care. And at the same time, these rural youth who used to come to the cities, they were struggling. It wasn't easy. The cost of living was a lot. So they were hardly saving any money. And at the same time, that whole joint family system was getting broken. And the development itself, the economic development, there was a big divide that he could see. He wanted to do something about it. So what did he do? Then he said, hey, if I could get jobs done instead of from Manhattan, instead I can getting done from Dallas. So what is stopping us to get it done from, say, places like India and the developing countries? So the outsourcing phenomena was already there. So the offshoring work. Then he said, why not businesses get engaged to bring a transformation here, and instead do the rural development? So then he created something called as rural shores, okay, where rather than bringing rural youth to the cities to work, he said, let's take jobs to people, to near their homes. And in villages and in rural places, they created this rural BPO centers and engaged rural youth. Giving jobs was easy, but training them, getting them accustomed to the cultural challenge which was there, and then it was about computer knowledge being created for them. Initially, it was a big cultural challenge, because a lot of absenteeism, and people had, there were marriages coming up, and they wanted to go to the field and do harvesting in the harvesting season. Those challenges were there. But they realized, they have to create some standard operating procedure, create a culture, enable them both mindset and the skill sets. And the very first center which happened, of course, a pilot was in Puttaparthi and in Anantapur district. And the other one, supported by even Srinivas Reddy in Bagepalli, there was a center which got created. And then youth were engaged, and now in 2000, around 2000 young professionals all over India, 19 centers they've been doing. And then he went on in 2019, he created 2017 in People Shores in the USA. Now they've gone international. They were also recognized as Edison Award winner on the social impact category, right? For their innovation in the business model. So if you really look at, they've taken it to a new level. And now in the USA, employees who are getting jobs in People Shores, they say that, we've just not got a job. People Shores has provided family, right? That's the support system which is coming in. And providing jobs is extraordinary, because if you really look at, it's changing the way the places are, the economic condition, and the pride of doing white collar job, even in rural places, and the youth or the military veterans they're all getting jobs which otherwise there was not much of an opportunity. If you see, as a social enterprise, a phenomenal inspiration today, People Shores and Murli Ulaganti as an example, right? Providing jobs is extraordinary. So entrepreneurship creates that opportunity and a platform as to, rather than seeking job, you will be able to go and provide jobs for others, right? So giving an example is ordinary. Being an example is extraordinary. I gave you one example of Murli Ulaganti as the founder and the executive chairman for People Shores in the USA. And there are several more which inspires me. Just to give you one, yesterday I was coming across very interesting startup. It's an award-winning startup by name Jackfruit 365. You should look up Jackfruit 365, where James Johnson, the founder, and he's also a brand ambassador for his own thing. And he got inspired out of an interaction with Dr. Abdul Kalam, and Shivakiran was talking about my book being there in Dr. Abdul Kalam's personal collection, which is an honor to me because he's an inspiration to me. And now that when I get to know which all ways Dr. Abdul Kalam has inspired so many youngsters. And here is James from Kerala. He used to work with corporates like Microsoft, 3M, and in India, outside of India, in the US, in UK, and many places. He had a fascination towards the rich food, nice food, and especially when guests used to come in his sales thing, he used to engage the best of the chefs in the country and get some very unique dishes made, and used to take his guests there, impress them. But in that process, he also understood the power and the value of food, right? And through Dr. Abdul Kalam, his inspiration was that how jackfruit has unique qualities, and the properties of jackfruit is it can help you maintain and control diabetic, that glucose in the blood sugar. Right, so he understood, he was surprised, and then he went on to invent, and today he runs a company by name Jackfruit 365, where they've created a jackfruit atta. Okay, it is a powder. And why jackfruit is not being used in many of the chefs and the food? One, it's because seasonal product. Second is it's very messy when you have to cut, and the way it sticks and all, right? And third, it is very smelly because it is very dominating in terms of its odor, and the other food would not get its attention, right? So many chefs don't use it. And now he wants to take that and solve a problem. And he presented this even to our Prime Minister of India as to how Jackfruit 365 is solving two problems. One, the jackfruits that the farmers were producing, they had to send it to Delhi to even sell, right? From Kerala. Now that he procures and makes an atta, and just a teaspoon of the powder, which is available throughout the year. It's not seasonal now because of the powder, and it's not smelly, it's not messy. Just a teaspoon it can be mixed in your roti or dosa or idli or vada, any of those. In those batter, just a teaspoon would help regulate and maintain glucose level in the body. So two problems he's solved. One is he's able to provide a big support and earn good money for the farmers who were struggling. Second is the whole medical expenses. If you look at India is the capital for diabetic capital, very alarming. And these are all lifestyle issues. And just a teaspoon of this atta mixed with your regular food making can control, and it's medically proven. So now it's an entrepreneurial venture where their product is being sold in and around in 5,000 odd stores and supermarkets. Also available, that's just in Kerala. and also available online all over India, and now even exporting in many other countries. It's available. So phenomenal story and a journey of how a food, simple one fruit, could make a huge difference. And his vision for India is to make it a healthier country, right? From the diabetic capital to move into the other side, which is as a healthy one, and jackfruit way, right? Look at the idea, look at the invention and their business model and the impact that they are creating, right? So entrepreneurship is one of those special vehicles that can create a big impact, not just solving a problem. Because of that problem being solved, can create a big impact and brings in happiness and prosperity, right? So with that as another example, I want to share is of ID, right? The dosa and the vada batters which are available now packed, right? Mustafa's story is also very interesting and inspiring, coming from again from Kerala, from a rural background, and how he could think of the simple things that which we all need in a daily basis, but struggling, and why not bring it to the mainstream, and as a packaged thing, and packaging innovation, phenomenal innovation. I remember that the vada that he said, the innovation was not in the batter. It was there because that has already been there, but how you pack it and how you present it in a way that without that hole in that vada, it is not treated as that vada. So the uddu vada, right? So the how do you create a packing in a way that you just squeeze and it will fall into the oil, the hot oil pan, as if with that hole, right? So that is innovation again. So there is innovation in different ways that entrepreneurs would be able to bring in, and they need to innovate. There's no option. At the same time, what problem are you solving and how are you creating an impact? Another simple story, very inspiring one, is Ritesh Agarwal of Oyo Rooms. Rooms were there, but his whole approach towards for those people who are traveling and people who are having property but not being presented the way the world would want, and using technology for creating visibility and ease of booking, and look from a small village that which he hailed, but then went on to keep looking at how it is done, and engaged with property owners, made a difference. And today, even though during the pandemic time, these are all challenged, but then this innovation continues. So they were the first ones to say, the COVID warriors, we will provide place for them to stay for quarantine and so on, right? So even though if they can't go back to their homes, they can stay in our hotels, kind. Youngest self-made billionaire in the world, where the network, he believes in the network, and the big net worth which can be created is because of the network that they have. Entrepreneurs know that building networks is extraordinary. So with those as examples, I'm sure you're inspired, and would be wondering, what does this vehicle of wagon of entrepreneurship look like? And most of them think it's like beautiful car, very convenient, and it is amazing experience that you can have, and everything is automated, and this is a cool thing, right? Entrepreneurship is a cool stuff, no doubt about it. You imagine the entrepreneurship wagon to be like this, but in reality it is like this. Okay. It's like there is no controls there, and you don't know what is the depth out there. It is as much as it is fun, and it is the risk is associated. So you will have to figure out how to maneuver, how to manage, how to move forward, right? So those who think it is interesting, it is definitely interesting. Is it risky? Yes, it is risky. Is it a joy? Yes, it is joy. So these are some of those factors that we need to understand, and this is how an entrepreneurship wagon would look like. And there are many facts. At the same time, there are myths. Some of them that I know I did mention as a fact is that it's a rare field where both happiness and prosperity come together, right? And innovation is on steroids. There's a lot of opportunities, and is it risky? Yes, as I said, it is risky, but that is where the challenge comes in. And I want to make you understand that in the game of entrepreneurship, 91% of ideas don't survive. This is a global statistics. In the game of entrepreneurship, 91% of ideas don't survive. If you ask me why do that happen, what could be the main reasons? The first one is that it could be just a flash of brilliance. Like, you got an idea, you happy, and you even forgot. You yourself can't recall it later, right? It's a flash of brilliance. At the same time, the other thing is a mismatch in expectations. So you expect entrepreneurship to be in a particular way, and once you enter, you did not expect it to be that way. The challenges which are there, and one of the expectation is people think entrepreneurship, I'll be my own boss. But only when you become an entrepreneur, you realize that everybody is your boss. So you are a slave to everyone, including your customers, your employees, your stakeholders, your shareholders, and so on. That's the fun part. On the other hand, a solution looking for a problem. So we are good in the labs. So we go ahead and build, thinking this is what the world wants, and then busy figuring out who wants it and who wants to use it, how would they use it. So the other part is agility required during execution is missing. So timing and time is of essence in entrepreneurship. So how do we do that? And how do we be agile and move quickly and fast, right? So missing ability to pivot idea to stay relevant. So times are changing. For example, now with this pandemic, it is things have changed, and you can't be doing the same thing the same way. And if that was the case, SKU itself would not have organized this virtual program, right? So it is moved and it is adopted. The hybrid model is coming in. So ability to pivot ideas to stay relevant. So a framework, simple framework for you, in terms of innovation, as I said, entrepreneurship and innovation needs to coexist, and it goes through 3 phases. The first phase is inspiration. The next phase is ideation, and the third phase is incubation. Then it has to live its own life as operations, right, of business. So the very first phase is inspiration, where it is very abstract, I would say. But it is beautiful. This is where the vision, the mission, and your values has to come to the forefront. If it is not based on your good human values, then it is not sustainable. Okay, you might land up creating badmash companies, which you should be cautious about, because it's not sustainable and it's not going to make any difference to anybody, including you, right? So, and a problem worth solving to be identified. And here is a book that Dr. Shivakiran was referring to, that as inseparable twins to inspire young minds for innovation and entrepreneurship. I'm sure you will find enough stories and characters who could inspire you. The second phase, as I mentioned, is ideation, and ideation is all about the process of generating with a lot of ideas. And smart people don't have the problem of coming with ideas. You have many. But the stress is, how do you pick one which has a higher winning potential? And that is where my other book by name Found helps you. And this is a 4 international award-winning book, helps you in an understanding of a framework to pick a winning business idea. Because not all ideas have business in it. At the same time, all ideas are useful, but how do you pick something which is got a higher sustainable factor? It has a 5-part process, a framework, where entrepreneurship is one other rare field where you bring both science and the art together. So it has the power to bring both of them together. And no idea is a bad idea. How do you classify and how do you pick the one which has the entrepreneurial spirit in it, right? And how do you quickly validate the idea? The simple models and structures are there which you could use for your own self and even help others to validate business ideas. The third phase is incubation, where you need to bring not just the idea which is conceived, you need to create many other things as parts, as twin parts that I call, like eyes, hands, and legs, and nose to. These are all different parts which makes a body, which makes a person, right? Same way, idea needs all of these, like naming, branding. How do you create the revenue, investments, and the team, and advisors, research, and the product development, and sales interaction, legal and IP? All of these need to come together to make that idea full, whole, complete as a business. Then it has to live its operational life. Easier said than done, and that is where you need ecosystem which can help you to make that idea into a commercial reality, into an entrepreneurial venture which could be sustainable, at the same time which has the potential to grow and create an impact. So here, kudos to team of even AIC-SKU, Sri Krishnadevara University, doing a fantastic job. I visited their campus recently in November. So it was a wonderful experience, meeting, interacting with a few young entrepreneurs, and the impact that they want to create. How you go to the forest area where the problem which was there with high tension wires being there and electricity being passed, and it was not just to prevent wild animals to enter, but actually the problem was many security guards were dying because of that high electricity shocks which was there. So here, a few students and young entrepreneurs have created a solution which could sense that high tension in the electricity around, and saving the security guards with those beepers. And how Discovery Channel decides to sponsor many of them to those very interesting stories, right? And another story, I met one young woman entrepreneur taking weeds and the waste wood and creating beautiful furniture out of it, and wanting to do it as an industry. So kudos to them. These are all many stories to come, and inspire many more out there in the world, and creating a sustainable future. And the best economic growth is coming through entrepreneurship. And your entrepreneurship wagon could be this way, right? Where it can carry many people. Let the technology be your wheels, finance be your fuel, right? And values should be that path that you take, and coach being that the wagon where you have many people, your customers being the coach. So the best wishes for creating an impact and making a difference in this world. And entrepreneurship is the career opportunity which enables you to make a big difference. And thank you all. Best wishes. I don't know if there is time. If there is, I'm open for a couple of questions.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, sorry to say that we are just running short of time.
Yes.
But I have shared your link and profile in the chat. So I would, request the participants to reach out to Naveen Lakur, or you can reach out to us or if you have any further questions in that. As usual, again, Naveen Lakur has done a wonderful job, in his typical way of giving a lot of analogies and storytelling. Did a great job, sir. Thank you for gracing the occasion, and please stay with us throughout the day. And please visit our stalls virtually wherever you are, and encourage our entrepreneurs. So thank you for that. So have a good day, sir.
Thank you so much. Best wishes to all the aspiring entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs to make a difference. Thank you all and take care. Love you all.
Okay. Moving further, we have the next guest today, Mr. Dr. Balachandran. So, welcome, Dr. Bala. Good morning to you. And just before letting you speak, I will give a brief introduction. Dr. Balachandran is a senior General Manager of Vellore Institute of Technology, Technology Business Incubator. So he has been associated with that incubation center like around 17 years. It's a very long time in the ecosystem. And he is also the Vice President of ISBA, Indian Startup Incubators and Steps Startup Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Parks Association. ISBA is the largest body, which has got like 400 plus incubation centers associated with it. And ISBA has been providing them support, mentoring, and networking. So Dr. Bala has been playing a very key role, in bringing up ISBA to this level. So Dr. Bala basically is an engineer, graduate from Bharatiya University, and then he did management science, PhD in management science. Then he was an engineer, then marketing manager, and he had served in different companies. Then he settled as a senior general manager at Vellore Institute of Technology Business Incubator. So with that note, sir, and I don't think anybody better than Bala in explaining about the ecosystem prevailing in the country. So he would give the bird's eye view of what kind of ecosystem, especially related to entrepreneurship and startup. So I would request Dr. Bala, to speak in that line. Thank you, Dr. Bala.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shivkiran, for this opportunity. I also had some time to listen to the closing part of Mr. Naveen Lakur's interesting message. And I don't know whether it was a coincidence. His last but slide spoke about the ecosystem. So it is seamlessly connecting to the next session. I don't know whether it is by design or by choice, but whatever it is, it makes my job easier to take the mantle from here. So when we speak of ecosystem in the larger biological sense, it is about the forests. So you don't create forests, forests evolve over a period of time. So, but for the sake of convenience, for the sake of understanding, we started speaking about entrepreneurial ecosystems. And so when you look at the startup space, the first and primary ecosystem that comes to everyone's mind is the Silicon Valley ecosystem, which has its own 70, 80-year history to take shape as one of the successful ecosystems. And many governments, which I know I've also seen somewhere in Malaysia, tried to replicate that ecosystem, thinking that having those structural elements will lead to promotion of entrepreneurship. But it was a very, very difficult lesson for some of these governments who tried to replicate the ecosystem, because it has several different components, and the dynamics among those components matter a lot. So in this backdrop, the next 20 odd minutes, we are going to discuss certain aspects of the status quo in our country, and what emerged ecosystems have the components which are working so well, and possibly where are those gaps which we have as we discussed today. And and what are the enablers and drivers of these ecosystems. So this is going to be the gist of my talk. And so I'm also sharing a presentation to aid the discussions. Is the presentation visible? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So if we look at the current status quo, at least in India, we speak about the Global Innovation Index. So the government also proudly proclaimed we have entered the top 50 club. This year we were rated 48. No means a simple achievement. It's a collective effort of all the stakeholders in the system. So we were in the 80s or sometime it was the 60s. So lots of efforts that have gone into have this achievement. So this is also amply supported by the ease of doing business. While most governments take pride in declaring that their systems and processes help people to start a business in 24 hours, wind up a business in 3 days, so help someone to get funding in a couple of hours. So all these are enabling building blocks of ease of doing business. So again, if you look at the intent and deliverables, there has been a considerable progress and stride, not only by the central government. There are several state governments who are proactively working like corporates, making PowerPoint presentations with industry houses to attract investments, to set up startup systems. So that means something good is happening across the country. And the other indicator which I would like to point out here is the number of startups. So what used to be 1,000, 1,500 10 years ago across the country, with a few cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, NCR region and Chennai. And now there has been a democratization of distribution of startups across the country. Almost all state governments are coming forward to set up innovation and incubation systems to promote more number of startups in their region, apart from the massive initiatives of the central government. The next aspect which we may look at is the quantum of fund flow and the velocity of funding. Definitely the trend is very, very encouraging. Every year we see several success stories of the unicorns coming up. On the other day, Prime Minister also was mentioning from 2 or 3 unicorns. We are talking about 39 unicorns as on today. Those things would not have been possible if at every stage of the growth, those companies are receiving appropriate stage-based funding, and the speed at which the funding is also given. It doesn't take 3 years for somebody to raise $1 million today. The idea is meritorious and it has market potential. So the other aspect to look at is the number of innovative products and services that are made available to the society from startups. I would like to quote one particular example which is related to this COVID-19. So March 29th or 30th, DST embarked on a program with the Sina IIT Bombay. ISBA also is a partner in that. So it wanted to launch a COVID-related funding program in order to address the gaps in supplies. You should make a note, at that point of time, people were selling sanitizers for 700 rupees a liter. So that was a scrambling. People were running more with masks, PPE. So most of the things had to be imported, and there was a helter-skelter situation for supplies. So the government wanted to address that, not to mention about the ventilators and other medical diagnostic devices, information systems that were also required to handle the pandemic situation. So to cut the story short, we had 700 applications within a short span of 15-20 days, and finally about 56 companies were funded in the range of 50 lakhs to 2 crores. And most of them have started supplying products to the market, which would not have been possible if this innovation ecosystem had deep roots. The people were ready to pivot. For example, one of our companies, which was in a premium personal care product, Renora Wellness, they were manufacturing shampoo for hard water applications. Most of their products were sold through the salon chains, the reputed salon chains, and they were also present in Amazon, Flipkart. When the pandemic struck, most of these salons were closed, and they immediately pivoted to manufacturing WHO grade sanitizers and disinfectants, and again they succeeded. So the point I would like to highlight is, if there has been a consistent effort in building the systems, processes to promote innovations and entrepreneurship, when the need of the hour comes, people respond swiftly, and it helps the country. Even in normal times, it helps the country to reduce the import reliance. All of you might be aware of the changes happening in the defense procurement and the space technologies. So everywhere, the startups and innovative ideas are going to help the country to leapfrog to the next stage. So if you look at the catalysts, as I mentioned, there are several Government of India backed incubation and funding schemes. Even in 2008-9, we had this Technopreneur Promotion Program, which was first of its kind, where government writes a check in the name of an individual innovator, and there were 30-odd TEP outreach centers across the country. But picking lessons from there were several Nidhi programs, Nidhi Seed Fund, Nidhi Prayas for Idea to POC, and Ministry of Electronics has come out with Entrepreneur in Residence, Proof of Concept funding. BIRAC had this very famous Biotechnology Ignition Grant, which funded close to 700 plus innovations, and at least 50 of them are in market, 150 products have been developed. So all these programs, not to leave about the efforts of Atal Incubation Centers under Atal Innovation Mission. So there have been a consistent catalytic effort both from central and state governments. And as a policy also, 2019 has opposed National Innovation and Startup Policy, which will go a long way in shaping the campus innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems. The motivation there, again, the opportunities arising out of digital India, Make in India, self-reliant India. So these are all the access to market opportunities where a startup could register in eGEM portal, the Government of India e-marketplace portal, and even participate in tenders. A lot of other constraints and conditions are getting waived. And last year's budget also spoke about the government procurement from MSMEs for values up to 200 crores. This also throws up lots of opportunity. So again, the grants, the angel networks, what was a meager 100, 200 HNIs coming together and funding the ideas that are liked by them. Now there are formal angel networks almost in every city and across country also. There are several market access schemes. Many companies are looking at startups as innovation providers. So they seek innovations from startups, and this is a very, very good sign as far as India is concerned. Apart from the policy, the government also has incentivized educational institutions to massively promote incubation and innovation. So this area and NIRF ranking, or even in NAC assessments, considerable amount of weightage is given for the institutional performance to promote innovation and entrepreneurship, which is a very, very good trend in the country. And what I've also seen in the last 15 odd years is there is a considerable shift in the cultural and societal acceptance of failures. Earlier, the parents were worried that the children will be left in the lurch if they fail in the attempt, but they are willing to experiment. The spouses are willing to allow the partners to venture into the startups, and they de-risk by supporting them in the initial formative years, so which is by and large a very welcome trend in the country. So let us take a pause and look at some of the components of an emerged ecosystem, which will again help us to understand some of the gaps which we need to address and improve further. This is predominantly about the Silicon Valley ecosystem, where you see a dual ecosystem of large firms and startups. So if you look at even companies like Xerox, which have been powerhouse of producing several hundred innovations, using those innovations which were not corely linked to their business of documentation. The companies like Apple, Microsoft, and others have picked those technologies and started their businesses. So if you look at the combined business achievements in terms of market capitalization of these companies who used Xerox technology, Palo Alto Research Center of Xerox, and grown their own ventures several times that of the Xerox's market capitalization. So that's the power of innovation reaching out through unconventional routes of licensing and technology transfer, those days when the company itself was not interested to take this products into market. So that interplay between large companies which have certain technologies which eventually they may keep it in cold storage. So if startups are allowed to leverage the innovative power, it will have a multiplier effect. So the other aspect in an emerged ecosystem is the high financial returns. If you talk of Teslas, if you talk of Apple's, Microsoft's, they talk of $1 trillion economies, which many cases it would be the economy of some of the countries themselves. So when such an amount of high profit is there, it attracts a lot of people to initiate and experiment and have aspirations to create considerable value for themselves. And the good trend is they are also willing to give away in terms of the global development once they achieve considerable success through their foundations and investments in startups. And so this goes in a perpetual way to fuel innovations. And we also see top level of human resources for all stages of startups. So this is again, it's a cultural element where even a meritorious person is willing to work with a startup and they take pride in pursuing their passion through a startup. The developed ecosystem also has the supportive infra, the business infra of law firms. When somebody wants to start a business, within a couple of hours, you have access to a lawyer, at least in California, to get this firm incorporated, the accounting firms, the mentors. So when such a mature ecosystem offers a good amount of infrastructure, it's easy for founders to stay focused on their core business idea and innovate. No need to mention about the VC firms. There is a competitive market landscape with respect to the venture capital finance. In the initial part, I also mentioned about the quantum of funding and also the velocity of funding, which the Y Combinators of the world, even when they admit there is a kind of minimum amount of funding is guaranteed to the startup. The other components, there are also human resource clusters anchored around top universities. So people across the world flock these top Ivy League universities and they perform research, they learn from the university systems. And these clusters provide seamless traffic to their neighboring startup ecosystem. So people also talk about the golden triangle, the Boston-Austin Valley triangle, where such a seamless exchange between academia and startup and industry is taking place. We should also pick some cue from the triple helix model of innovation, where the government, industry, academia, there is an active engagement between all the stakeholders on a continuum. So extensive government role in shaping technological trajectories and basic science. So this is again very, very essential. When it comes to private enterprise or large corporates, their focus would be on immediate business priorities and shareholder values. It would be very, very difficult for someone to fund exploratory research and science. But without considerable investments going in basic sciences, exploratory research, and then later converting some of it into application-oriented research, there would be vacuum, there would be some gaps. In fact, as on date, it's only 1.5% of our GDP is being spent on research, and it's mostly from government. Again, not much of private participation, which is a concern as far as India is concerned. The other component is top level human resources for all stages of startups and highly competitive industries, balanced between open innovation and secret protection. So we spoke about the Palo Alto Research Center model of Xerox, which the company was willing to open their innovation repository to willing startups to take them into market. While it provides alternate pathways for the company to monetize their revenue, they also had a strong IP to monetize the value. So there is a subtle balancing act between your protection and opening. Sometimes this open innovation is also a two-way street where the companies also are willing to receive innovations apart from providing innovations to startups. So we have also seen several companies chose the acquisition route of acquiring innovative companies instead of building everything on their own. So the Googles, Facebooks, we see several such examples. So this is another key element where we are lacking behind. The interaction between industries and the large industries and startups is much to be desired, and we need to work on that. So some other components, again, high labor mobility at all levels of management and talent. There is no lifelong employment, which is fashionable in these ecosystems. People are willing to shift gears, move to other challenging assignments, and continue to contribute. So this helps startups even to acquire somebody who has worked in a large company and seen end-to-end deployment of innovative solutions in the market to have their wisdom instead of learning everything organically on the fly. This is again most important, the culture of accepting failure. Often this is said in Valley ecosystem, failure is kind of a qualification. It sharpens the CV of the person when they pursue on next set of assignments. So obviously it is a failure for genuine reasons. It's not some willful or integrity issues. Again, while in metros this situation has improved considerably, but across India, a lot more needs to be done on culture of accepting failures. So other component is the technology pump of human resources from all over the world. So once the ecosystem is mature, it is in a position to attract talent from different parts of the globe. The same Techstars, Y Combinator, plug and play, accelerators, they get several thousand applications. And so most universities, when they complete the course, especially people from Asia, China, Korea, India, when they go to these ecosystems, they would like to stay back there and continue to contribute to those ecosystems. So are we in a position to attract top human resources from across the world is another question. So kind of opening up is happening with the new education policy when government speaks about allowing foreign universities to set shop here. But again, a lot more structural building blocks need to be in place to attract talent from across the world. It's not only our own youngsters doing for India, it's also the healthy interaction with people from across. So other developed regions like Canada, Australia, UK all have incentivization to attract startups from other parts of the country. So they even arrange funding, provide citizenship, and make the visa process much more easier if that innovation is going to help their ecosystem. So this is another area as a country we need to look at. And this we spoke about the balance of open innovation and intellectual property protection. And we also spoke about the globally top class universities. Again, thanks to Government of India, this institution of eminence status, a good step in the direction. It has identified about 20 institutes with a potential to become eminent, but 20 is too small a number for a country like India. Probably we need 200 in the next 5 to 10 years. But how do we do that? How do we prime this pump is much to be desired again. So again, the third part of the discussion, we'll be looking at the drivers and enablers which power this. The ecosystem should evolve further to solve the problems of the world and not just Indian challenges. As I said before, it's not enough our startups look at our own challenges. While there is a market size, but it will not help them to become a $1 trillion company or a $1 billion company. And so there is a need to look at solving global issues. It's not just for Indian. But many times when our youngsters approach us for support, they not even talk about the country, they just talk about the campus, they talk about the problems prevailing in the campus. While it is okay to think in this direction in the starting stages, but eventually, are you going to have this constrained mindset or open it up for moving across the world? So again, the point to ponder is we cannot simply copy the value models. Wherever people try to just copy, it had been a catastrophic failure. We need to adopt, evolve, and improve to our own requirements. There is also a definite need for distinguishing the roles of innovators and entrepreneurs in a startup. By and large, all the innovators think they could do the startup, where at times we need to have a line of separation if needed. Very few cases where we see innovators becoming entrepreneurs. So the team building constraint is also removed, where the innovators think that it's a secret sauce and they would like to keep it to themselves, and they do not want to give away stakes or involve other capable people in the team to grow the venture. So this is a cultural issue which needs to be addressed, and building for the market is more important. Many times it is the passion or the flavor of the season that drives the motivation of the entrepreneurs. But what market needs need to be understood from the day one, before the prototypes are done and the batch production starts. Otherwise, there is a definite disappointment awaiting. While the government programs have ensured the capital adequacy velocity in the startup stages, the growth funding, again, there are gaps, especially the post-incubation scenario. But we are also aware that agencies like Technology Development Board is launching schemes to address this gap, where the growth funding is going to be available. But this is going to be very, very competitive and market-driven. Being agile and nimble also have helped many startups to, that way I think we are in an advantageous position. Most of these developed ecosystems, somebody needs a minimum of $1 million even to start a business, whereas in $1 million, our people are capable of taking the product to the market in a 1.5 to 2 year runway. This could be achieved, and we have a strong ground here, but we need to again strengthen that further. And there is also a need for seamless integration of services and value-added services, which aligns with the stage of the startup. So for an early stage startup in an incubator, the needs are different. For a growth stage, a mature startup, the needs are different. So there is also a continuous value addition in terms of the relevant and appropriate service support from the incubation systems. And no, needless to say that the market needs and challenges require utmost attention for startups to succeed. And finally, again, how do we instill confidence and make these execution capabilities? Passion is fine, idea is fine, but when it comes to action and comes to decision making, again, a good amount of capacity building initiatives need to be done. So this is my brief this morning on the three aspects. One, the current status quo in terms of the ecosystem, and the lessons from the emerged ecosystems, and what we need to do as catalytic and driving activities to power this further. So thank you for the opportunity. In case if we have time, I'm open for few questions. Thank you, Dr. Shivkiran.
Thank you very much, sir. We had two questions, in fact. One question is, one of the person by name Naidu wants to know what is the successful startup trend currently. I don't know what the question means. Maybe what I understand from this is he is expecting one or two questions, but how the successful startups have trended in recent times.
Okay. Again, to quote from our own personal examples, if somebody is succeeding or not succeeding, again, as I mentioned in the last point, it is the execution capability. Somebody would have been in a position to identify a good market opportunity, innovate around it, and also raise some initial funding, the grants or seed funding. But post that, it is the single most ability is the execution of this plan as it was envisaged. So that's where the person who's succeeding or not succeeding is defined. And execution also is again powered by the composition of the team, how well-rounded it is, whether it is just a techie founder or whether there is a person who's also a business development person and who's also ability to navigate regulatory and market challenges, raise funding. So technology is just 10% of any successful business. The other 90% elements many times are ignored, and it's a costly way of ignoring. Yeah.
Okay. Good, sir. There's one more question from Pawan Gupta. Hi, sir. Please share the info that any workspace provided by the universities for startups for small scale production. So he is looking for small scale production. Basically, I believe he's our startup from Vizag. So he has got a patented device, water testing, water control device. So he's looking at a space for small scale production in the university setup. Is there such facility or such provision anywhere?
I mean, since it's a generic question, my response would be you need to identify while university or a campus provides you the early start of a variety of resources, providing production setup may not be the priority of university systems. Of course, in areas like biotechnology and some manufacturing areas, there are attempts to create at least a small batch production facility. But I would suggest you to look at places like AIC-SKU in Vizag, where such comprehensive production facilities are made available. Hubli also, this Deshpande startups have, at least for the electromechanical production systems, 3D printing and PCB production. So you could leverage those facilities, and there are also several central government agencies with massive production capable facilities. You have this MSME tool rooms across the country. Bhubaneswar has one, Hyderabad has one, Central Institute of Tool Design, CIPERS. So most of them have the production grade facilities. You need to plug into the nearby system and make advantage of it.
To that, adding to that, Dr. Bala's point, Pawan, we being agriculture rural setup incubation center, so universities definitely will not have that commercial angle, production angle, but we have alumni donated space, 5 acres of alumni donated space to the university. That is actually an independent trust run by alumni themselves. So that's an independent body. We had made a collaboration with them. It's called Anandpur Development Initiative Foundation. So it is established by the alumni of SKU University, and Atal Incubation Center and Adi Foundation have come together. This is a gap we are trying to plug, especially for agri startups. See, if agri startup wants to grow half an acre of some crop to test something, it's difficult for them to do processing near the growing area. So we have the small production unit. It's a batch wise. It's only for piloting, not for again production. It's just a pre-production and testing stage. So if you are expecting that kind of thing, even incubation centers like AMTZ for medical devices and Atal Incubation Center at SKU for agriculture, many such you can explore, right? But production at university levels, I don't know. It's not be a part of the framework because it's a commercial entity. It will be conflict with the academic institutes. Right. So I think, Dr. Bala, I think these are the questions we have for you today.
Okay.
And thank you for being here, sir. It's first of all, post Pongal, you were all busy, and first the date was changed again, and you also consented for the change date. And very very happy that you have captured the status quo of the incubation ecosystem in the country. That was really amazing. So stay with us, sir, throughout the session if you have time. Visit our stalls.
Right.
Have a look at the technologies our startups have developed, right? So, and I thank ISBA, for letting you be here.
Right.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shivkaran, and thanks
right.
to all the participants for their listening and being in this session. Thank
Right.
you.
Good. Thank you very much, sir. Now, moving ahead in the schedule. So we have panel discussion now. Actually, there was a delay. 15 minutes. It's supposed to start at 11:45. Now we are starting at 12 o'clock. Nevertheless, we will go ahead. So the panel discussion today is about challenges faced by Indian startups. So the today's session, basically, we have structured first the career opportunities. That's a positive note. And now that was dealt by Naveen Lakpur. Now what kind of ecosystem we have right now, that is dealt by Dr. Bala. Now what is a challenge that we are going to have in the especially in Indian context. So to discuss that, we have eminent people here. So I will introduce the guests for that panel discussion. So we have Mr. Jay Chaudhary. Jay Chaudhary Garu is the founding director of the Software Technology Parks of India, Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Chennai. In fact, you might remember like high-tech city, Hyderabad. Everybody says high-tech city. So he's one of the chief architect of that high-tech city. And currently he is the chairman of Indian Blockchain Standards Committee. And he's a general partner of Succeed Innovation Fund. And he's a former IT advisor and special chief secretary to Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. In 1990s, in fact, Jay Chaudhary sir played a key role. Is also co-founder of Portal Player, which was acquired by NVIDIA in 2007. In fact, his company has led the development of the chip that went into the first generation of iPod. So that was a revolutionary, thing from cassettes, CD players to iPod. So Portal Player played a key role, and Jay Chaudhary sir was a co-founder of it. And we are also happy to share with you that Jay Chaudhary is one of the board members of Atal Incubation Center. So he's with us. He'll be joining. And we have Dr. Sheshadri, Secretary of Indigenous and Frontiers Technology Research Center. So he's also coordinator for TBI, Satyabama University. And he is a co-founder and director of several companies like Deepam Biotech, then E2E Biotech. Then he is actually he started his career as a microbiology scientist and moved, taken various roles as scientist and assistant professor and dean R&D at Murugappa Chettiar Research Institute. Then he has got 70 plus publications. Now he has also a trustee of several trusts like Ananya Foundations, Indian Biomass Association, and so on. So recently he has started Sundaram Ventures as well. So then we have James. He is a senior project advisor with the Center for Social Innovation and Entrepreneurship at IIT Madras. He is a sustainable development expert with 15 years of experience in promoting number of small industries and not-profit organizations, especially in the areas such as health, livelihood, and jobs creation. So his core expertise is in formulating market-based solutions for the development of social welfare indicators. So in fact, James is a textile technologist, and he obtained his innovation management degree from Germany. And we also have Maithili Rege. She is a manager of agribusiness incubation and investment portfolio from Wilgrow. Wilgrow Agrobusiness social incubation. We all know, those are in ecosystem. They have recently celebrated their 2 decades of role in establishing and setting up social and agri incubation centers. So she manages agro business portfolio, and she has got like 6+ years of experience in FMCG, heavy industries, and social sectors. And she also worked in Hindustan Unilever and SR Group. So she holds a BA in economics from St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, and MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. Then we have Dr. Mallareddy Garu. He is a director of Akain Fraterna Ecology Center, So Dr. Mallareddy worked with Rural Development Trust, is one of the biggest social trust located in Anantapur. So the beneficiaries are more than 10 lakh people, directly and indirectly from the RDT. So he worked in this organization for 42 years. He works with farmers, landless, and other communities covering more than 235 villages in Anantapur district. So his work mainly involves around drought mitigation, rainfed agriculture, combating desertification through watershed management, and sustainable agriculture and diversified livelihoods. And he's also a Fulbright fellow. And he has received a number of awards like Jalamitra Award and individual contribution for international integration in 2013 by Global Achievers Foundation, presented in Bangkok, Thailand. So we have diversified panel members: academia, industry, investment, bureaucrat, and experts working at the bottom of the pyramid. Working with the people at the bottom of the pyramid. So we put up this different diversified experts here just to ensure that we cover 360-degree when you are talking about entrepreneurship and the challenges that is faced. So to start with discussion, Dr. Sheshadri, you are a microbiologist, professor, and then now you are serial entrepreneur. And why is it a challenge even today for the universities and colleges to improve the innovation quotient, IP assets, and further technology spin-offs? Right. So what are the factors that you think that is creating these challenges at the university levels?
Oh, thank you so much. Hope I am audible now.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I'm traveling. Of course, we parked the car on the side. It's fine. So the thing is, thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you the entire team. And I must compliment also for coming up with wonderful discussions. And coming to this is a very pertinent question. In fact, I must thank Naveen Lakur and Dr. Balachandran for giving a wonderful, positive, and the appreciable note about the developments happening in the country. Why I'm setting this context is purely because I want to give something also in this area. That's why I'm trying to bring a context to this. Dr. Balachandran was talking about the enabling ecosystem. Dr. Naveen Lakur was talking much about what is entrepreneurship and also the engines, the wheels, and also bogies, all these things. So if we want all these things to happen, everything should start somewhere from the bottom. If you talk from the words of C.K. Prahlad, I see the knowledge group as the bottom of the pyramid, and universities and the education institutions forms base for that. And if that to happen, we need to change the way we also work with the educational institutions. That is the most important requirement. And of course, the government also is on the line, changing the way the education works with the new education policy. But still, it has to go a long way, I would say. The why I'm telling this is I'm also working, I'm trying to tread the path both. One way it's academia, other one is research, third one is development. In all the areas, I'm trying to place my legs, and I don't want to touch upon all the other areas except few things. One is the attitudes and the ego knowledge management or the learning path or learning curve of the faculties and the students, both I would say. So why I'm trying to bring the faculties is the faculties play a major role in creating the enabling ecosystem in the educational institutions. That's the most important one we need to really see. We might ask, will this kind of startups happen without the education institutions? Yes, it might happen, but knowingly, unknowingly, we are the producers of large number of, or I would say millions of students every year coming out of the educational ecosystem institutions in India. And if you see that, that is a large, ecosystem that is going to drive the entire country in future. And India being a country of with youngest population, I would say, means the younger generation population between 20 and 40, we have around 30% now. That is a prediction is going to be there till 2060 also. That means we have the responsibility to create an enabling ecosystem for both the entrepreneurs and also students to come up with kind of new ideas and come up with ideas of standing on their own legs. And this has to happen from the faculties and students. That means the attitudinal change. Even when I go and talk to the students, I used to ask one question. How many of you, three questions I used to ask. One question is, how many of you are from business families first? Second thing, how many of you would like to start a business? Third thing, how many of you have ideas? So if you ask the first question, you can get at least 40% of students raising their hands. But in the second and third questions, you can see only 5% hands raising. Other things will just like that fade away. This is purely because the entire enabling ecosystem created by the government or the world or the other agencies are not still fully percolated in the educational institutions. The campuses are the enablers and the faculties are the key people for that to happen. And this corona also has given a wonderful opportunity for all people to think in a different format. So that's why I'm just trying to say this has to start from that entire educational ecosystems. But the if you see, the one thing I said is the attitude. The second one is the fear factor among the people, right from the faculties to students, both. Second, the fear factor. The third thing, the technology. Most of the time we talk about different technologies, but if you see the technology thought, what the student or the ideator has in mind, and the technology requirement of the entire external ecosystem, and the maturity level of the technology or the robustness of the technology has a big gap between this thought process. Mismatch is there. So that gap has to be filled by the faculties or the so-called, the new terminology we use here is mentors. The faculties are the first mentors, and then comes the real mentors from the, I mean, the industrial ecosystem or the social ecosystem or be it from any ecosystem. But the first mentoring starts from the faculty side. This is the third thing. And fourth thing I would say, still I would say is, as Dr. Balachandran listed out in one of his slides, there are gaps in the, I mean, regulatory systems also, where the students start. Even one Naidu, you were also asking about reading his questions. He was asking how and where I can start. The education system should be in a position to show them how they can come and knock the doors without fear, asking questions to the faculties or the managers or the bosses of this kind of systems. And students always have a fear whether I can go and knock the doors of the vice chancellor or the registrar or even the head of the department or the TBA. So the fear factor should be pulled out of this system. And another thing I would say is the skill sets of the students. Why I'm bringing all these things is I'm one of the vocalists in telling people also all the education system, educational institutions should have two things, two elective courses. One is on design thinking, second one on innovation entrepreneurship. All students, be it 10,000 students or 20,000 students, all students should undergo these two things. With this, I stop. Let others speak. I'll catch up with them later. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I know you have covered actually quite a number of points, and that would lead to further questions to Ms. James. Sir, as Dr. Sheshadri was talking about, empowering the faculty, orienting them, and having the right attitudes, and fear factor and such things. And I believe incubation centers would help in that regard. So you have been with the IIT Madras Rural Incubation, Social Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center. So in the country we have almost 700 plus incubation centers, and I think it's going to increase year on year. So how do you see the role of these incubators in bridging the gap between societal needs and learning outcomes from education institutions? Because learning outcomes are not matching with the societal needs, and that's where there is a dichotomy between the outcomes and industry. And Dr. Sheshadri also partly mentioned that point. So how do you think the incubators could help in that line?
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. And I hope I am audible.
Yes,
am I
please.
audible? Yeah, okay. To start with, what we at IIT Madras practice to address the concerns of actual technological needs and solving the social problems. First, I will give a couple of examples of kinds of initiatives that other incubators and universities can start. One is to address the fear factors, the attitude and other cultural factors that Dr. Seshadri was addressing, it's very, as an innovator or as an entrepreneur, it's important. The most important part of this journey, innovation journey, is the inhibition of all these negative psychological factors, cultural factors, and come up and think innovatively to solve new problems or social problems. And for that, at IIT Madras, there is a center. It's called the Center for Innovation, C5, which allows. It's at least 5,000 square feet center, which allows free hands to students. So where students right from first year till the final year, and also the postgraduates, doctoral students, they can form teams interdisciplinary, uh, and they can conceive of new ideas, and they can come up with a plan, budget, and after all these things, they can seek the approval from the coordinator, from the mentor, and once it is approved, they can start the project and they can complete it. And there is no interference from any of the faculty or mentor or coordinator unless demanded. So students can demand either, so that it's proactive. Students come up with, if they have any problems, they go and ask. So it's a free, it's a laissez-faire atmosphere of innovation development that has contributed to a large extent for the successful, um, successful development of innovation ecosystem at IIT Madras, and that culminates in these ideas becoming projects, projects becoming prototypes, and then prototypes becoming startup enterprises, and many of them are commercially successful with large funding, follow-on funding, and they are pioneers. For instance, Ether electric vehicles, and we have underwater unmanned systems. So there are so many examples of innovations coming from C5, and that is because of removal of these inhibitory factors. That's first thing. Second, I also address the gap between the technological solutions and the social needs. And it's very often the Dr. Seshadri also talked about design thinking, such new concepts, not real new concepts, but which are very much relevant in addressing this particular gap. Because in many of the cases where I have interacted, and also with research studies, there is a huge gap between what the problem seekers want and what the technologists at universities, innovators, and entrepreneurs, they can provide. There is a huge gap, or it's mismatched. And IIT Madras Innovation Ecosystem addresses this through a new initiative called Gopala Krishnan Deshpande Innovation GDIC, which has the mandate, which identifies the technologists, innovators, researchers from universities, and simply ask them to go on a yatra. Yatra is to identify at least 100 people who will buy their technology, who will need their technology. And interestingly, when these people, after their 6 or 7 week journey, when they come back, they either say that they agree that either their solutions does not match the requirements, or it needs modifications, or they give up, or they go ahead. So that's a kind of an eye opener which this particular initiative provides. And these with this I stop here before I others can share their views, where one we need in innovation infrastructure through initiatives like C5, and another initiative like GDIC, which enables the researchers to meet the problem seekers. With this, I stop, and I I can share later. Thank you.
You are on mute.
Shivakaran, you are on mute.
Yeah. Sorry, I realized it just now. So yeah, Maithili, this question is to Maithili. So Wilgrow, you have been with Wilgrow for several years, and Wilgrow is being a top-notch social incubator in the country. So in your view, what would be the three major constraints or pitfalls you would have come across with the startups, especially if they are from the rural sectors? So like for example, this is our context. Anantapur is in a village sector. The kind of startups are the innovative ideas that come here, and when they pitch to incubators like you, for investment, what would be the three important points you would look at, especially in social angle?
So is the question about what we look at the time that they apply, or what are the key hurdles they face in growing?
No, what are the three constraints you would look while investing? If you want to say no to them, or if you want to say yes to them, what three key factors you would look at?
Right. So I think more than three, I think I can bring that down to two key factors that we look at. One is focus and two is evidence. So I'll come to what I mean by both. So I think what typically tends to happen, and this is not regarding rural startups, this is regarding any startup, that the team has potentially an interesting technology. They've identified a need gap, they've figured out a solution, and they've come up with a basic technology. And once they've got that technology, they're just sort of, without checking what the environment is, how to plug it into the environment, they're just sort of going more and more into that technology. For example, if I was to give an example in, say, the grading, sorting, assaying market today, there is a need gap, right? There isn't enough technology. Everything is being done manually. Startups like Intello Labs, etc., have got big funding in that space. But there are so many smaller startups that have also come in that space. But why have they really not gotten that much limelight? Because I think they've taken that tech, but they've sort of spread it out across various crop types. So when we ask them that how is your technology useful for, say, tomatoes or onions or potatoes, there are no clear answers. There are, if we ask them how the technology can be used differently for, say, fruits, there are no clear answers. So what we have found impressive in the past is when they have taken a solution, one technology, but gone deep in one area. So it said that, okay, you know what, we've done enough number of pilots on oranges, and we know that from the entire value chain, this is the customer, this is the problem of the customer, this is how my solution will address each one of those problems, including price point, and this is how I will go to market. So when they show that kind of clarity in their business plan with that focus, that is what we find interesting, as opposed to bringing the raw technology and saying that we're sort of talking to 20 people but not moving ahead with anyone. So I think deep crop focus is something that we look at, especially for agri startups. And if one were to extrapolate that to non-agri startups, I think focus in one subsector of application in your technology. And then the idea is, once you've commercialized, you can always anyway access the others. And I think the second thing that we usually find as a positive in their applications is if they've shown some gumption to be able to pilot it. An MVP completed, at least piloted with a few farmers, others pilot, is the process of the pilot and the outcomes of the pilot recorded? Can they express that to us so that we know what this technology looks like on ground? If they have focus and if they're able to show how they have used it on the ground, even with a small pilot, we're convinced that this team has clarity about what they're talking about and what they want to do. And then we're really excited to bring them on board and help them scale and overcome whatever hurdles that they have.
Thank you, Maithili. That would lead to my next subsequent question to Malareddy sir, because he has been with RDT, Rural Development Trust, which has been working with farmers like 60,000 plus farmers at 235 villages. So at the base level, what is the problem, sir, for the village level if they want to create entrepreneurial spirit and ecosystem? And Maithili was talking about focus and evidence. What is the challenge you would have seen, to ensure that kind of thing at rural youth? Because their academic levels will not be as par with the guys who are studying at IIMs and other things. And you would have seen a lot of IM based guys coming and setting up the village rural innovation centers. But rural guys, we don't find much addressing their own problem. So what is your viewpoints? Sir, your mic is mute, sir. Sir, your mic is mute.
Thank you very much, Sivakiran Garu, and thank very much AIC-SKU for organizing this kind of a workshop. Actually, it's very, very interesting, and I think it will certainly throw some light on how to approach, in a place like Anantapur with promoting entrepreneurs. I would like to just quote one or two examples of ours where I think it will give us some idea maybe how we can go about, and also what are the barriers, then how we have to really overcome them. See, 2 years back, we wanted, some of our women to be involved in government industry as garment makers from villages. And then we actually discussed with some of the industry people in Bangalore, and we convinced one of the industry actually to start a government unit in small decentralized kind of government units in 3 cluster centers in villages where women can be drawn. We have trained them in actually government mode of industrial production and so on, and those centers were set up there in 3 villages. But unfortunately, that has failed. And then we try to analyze why that has failed and what was the problem. The main problem we faced there was actually there were a lot of cultural barriers. The industry wanted actually them to be following the biometric system and then come on time, leave on time and then be present there and to follow the discipline and things like that. And whereas in the village, the women, they are not used to that kind of this thing, and then they were coming on their own when they like 1 hour late, half an hour late, and so on. That was one part of it. I mean, we see a lot of difficulties for them also in following this kind of an industrial culture. Practical difficulties were also there because they have to really look after at home and they have to look after home and also children, and then look after the older people and then come for work. It doesn't work like that. So that's why there was a bit of mismatch, cultural mismatch in actually making it work. And we really had to dismantle the whole system because it did not work. But then we did not really give it up, and then we tried to see what were the lessons from there. The lessons from there was that yes, we will have to really overcome this cultural kind of a barrier or make it suit to their kind of a cultural context. So then we actually encouraged the same women who were trained by us in making the garments that they can sell in their own villages, and they can do it in their own way and in their own time, not necessarily 9 to 5 and things like that. And then we actually help them to set up those kind of centers where there is some flexibility and things like that. And then also the kind of garments they were making for industry was more low end, but still some kind of a low end garment industry. But here what we are now promoting is mostly what women are using in villages, like langas, nighties, and things like that, which they know actually very well and which they can also sell very well. So today, after 6 to 8 months of this initiative, we are happy to say 40 women are involved in this, and 40 women are really earning every month almost 9 to 10,000 rupees. I think that really made a big difference. There are barriers even now, there are also problems, but each one is an entrepreneur now. Actually, there is no other entrepreneur. So they come, they stitch, and they also go out and they sell it. They take them to the neighboring villages, in their own village also, here and there, and they sell. So it is really giving us a ray of hope how to approach. I don't say that we have learned everything, but still certainly it gives us a ray of hope. The second thing, similarly, we have done by now, most probably maybe about 2,000 women in Anantapur district, particularly in rural areas only I am talking about. So where women are encouraged to do small businesses, small businesses means very small businesses like petty shop and then selling sarees, yeah, anything that they want to do, even vegetables sometime, flowers sometime, or whatever it is. Other than farming and farm labor, anything for us, for them, if we can convince them, is really making them entrepreneurs. So that is how we are approaching actually. So over 2,000 women are now actually involved in what we call diversifying their livelihoods, which is again is a very, very big challenge, because this diversification calls for entrepreneurship in them. And that they have to really take a bold step to step into something different than what for generations these families have been doing in farming and farm labor. And I'm talking about particularly bottom of the rural pyramid, particularly the landless, and then part-time, part labor, part cultivators, part labor kind of women we are talking about. We see that each one of them are able to add every day 300 to 400 rupees income by doing this kind of diversified livelihood. So I think this is, we will have to conceptualize our interventions in rural areas around these kind of concepts, which are very simple. Bring them out in them, to do something different than what they are doing, and that itself is a challenge. But still, I think now we are able to set good number of examples where they are really able to come out and do something, and then really show a way out. I tell you, the barriers that are biggest barriers that we have seen in this are the cultural barriers, particularly for women, because we are working particularly with women in this sector. So they're most of the time they are under the control of their own husbands or their in-laws and things like that. The fact that they will have to go out and do other than farm work itself really puts off many of them, and they really face a lot of problems from their in-laws and husbands. Very few of them. So we actually are working with the family in this, and we discuss with husbands, we discuss with in-laws, we see them, we show them how in the next village a woman is doing, and then expose them and all that, create a kind of understanding on how this works and things like that. So but it is a very, very a lot of work to do this, counseling the family and convincing them to come out for this kind of a work like that. But still, I think what we can see nowadays is, you see, the crisis is bringing the opportunity. Actually, the crisis in agriculture is very deep in Anantapur. So people really do not see much hope in agriculture. So people have a tendency to look for what else. So what else can be done so that they will be able to make a living, other than simply migrating as in distress to Bangalore, maybe Hyderabad and things like that. I think there is an energy in this crisis. So we are trying to see how they can add a little bit of income to their being at home. I think that is the strength that we are trying to capitalize on. So they will be at home, and even if they are 300 rupees, 250 rupees a day, that is a big income for them. But if they have to really move from home and start somewhere, even in their Mandal headquarters or Anantapur headquarters, even 500 rupees a day or 600 rupees a day becomes a small income, because they will have to, opportunity costs are much more for them and so on. So I think this is how we will have to really go about in rural areas, really making them, enabling them to do something new, something innovative, something different than what they are doing. I think that will provide a good energy, for other people. Seeing that each other, I think they are actually encouraged much more, and they are inspired by their own kind of women's initiatives that are taking place.
Right. I think we have taken a good number of points from you, and we'll come back with the second set of discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, sir. So I welcome J. Chaudhary Garu. No, sir has been, he joined right now. Sir, good morning. Welcome to the panel discussion. So, J. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Nice to see you, sir.
The participants.
Thank you.
Sir,
thank
are we audible to you, sir?
Yeah, very much audible. I am in a car. I don't know, some disturbance will be there, but if you are able to bear with that, I can continue.
Yeah. Sure, sir.
So
actually,
first of all, I would like to thank the SKU AIC for really bringing this very important topic how we can promote the rural entrepreneurship startup ecosystem in places like Anantapur. I totally agree with what Dr. Malarendi just now mentioned, and also the previous speaker, her name
Maithili.
started Maithili. Yes, I listened to only these two panel speakers, so I totally agree with both of them. So if you analyze the startup ecosystem right from its inception, why every company used to go to only Silicon Valley way back in let's say about the 90s or 80s, this thing, because there was ecosystem. The ecosystem is the most important thing for any startup companies to survive, succeed. Otherwise, without ecosystem, they can't survive. That's the reason why even today, though other ecosystems have come up within USA, in the Dallas, Texas area, Seattle area, some ecosystems have come, but still Silicon Valley is the number one ecosystem for the startups because within 100 meters or 100, maybe 1 kilometer range, you find all the top-notch venture capitalists and the angel investors and all those people. And I was told that most of this, the investors, they don't want to travel more than few kilometers to invest in a company. That is the kind of a mindset they have. Whatever it is, the things are changing, but that used to be a mindset. And most of the startups, they used to get located because funding is the most important thing. Funding is like oxygen for any startup. Without funding, you may have great ideas and the great technologies, but you can't start without the oxygen. So oxygen was available plenty in Silicon Valley. That's one of the reasons why most of the startups. That's the one. The second reason, pardon me. The second reason why Silicon Valley became so famous for the technology incubators and accelerators and the startups, because somebody wants to hire a CTO or product architect and all that. They're readily available. You don't have to really search. I mean, within a week's time, I can recruit right from CEO, CTO, then the product architect, the entire team. Within 1 week, I can assemble. The other reason, they allowed the moonlighting. Moonlighting means when I'm working for Google, I'm allowed to work on a my own project, and that flexibility most of the companies have given. And in fact, I have seen one startup company in San Jose area. They used to work in Cisco, so they used to convince Cisco management, look, I mean, this technology may be useful for Cisco after 1 year or so. So Cisco used to, okay, you go ahead and start your startup. We will also fund, and later on there is a possibility that we can acquire, because the big companies, they cannot really. I mean, move like startup because a lot of bureaucracy, like a government department or any big public sector, the bureaucracy. The same bureaucracy is there in big multinational companies. So they cannot really, I mean, implement those ideas that quickly. So they used to encourage, okay, you go and start this new idea. We will find every company like Cisco Ventures, Intel Ventures, Microsoft Ventures, every company, they got their own venture capital, and they used to encourage the startups to be funded by them so that they can acquire them, and later on they can integrate that this thing. So that was also available in Silicon Valley. So people were available, funding was available, big companies were available. So entire and market. See, if I got a great product, I used to give this example to many people, like the Pandavas. This thing, the 5 people. This thing, each one got their own abilities. But Arjuna is the one who led the Kurukshetra war to the victory. So I used to compare that with 5M principles when I was promoting the startup culture in Vizag and Hyderabad. The 5M culture, the center one was the market access. Even if I got a great product, even if I got great funding, if you don't have the market access, you'll die. So I used to give my own example when we started Portal Player. We had a great idea, then we assembled a great team, then we got nearly $86 million funding was available. At one point of time after September 11th, due to some reasons, this thing we were not able to really survive because the chip startups, every respin of the silicon chip, it used to cost us more than $1 million. So we hardly had a few $1 million in our bank, and we know that we can't survive because we were going to Japan thinking that Japan is the country where consumer electronics, and we had at least 10 design wins, Sony, Panasonic, Sharp, you name it. All these companies, they liked our product and they said, yes, it's a great product. So they gave the design win and we worked with them for some time, but none of them were able to take this product for production. So whatever little money, it was all getting exhausted and we were about to close. Literally, we closed the Portal Player India and we started a startup company, services company called Pinex Services because there was no money and I can't lose all these people. Fortunately, Steve Jobs, I mean, they wanted to get into consumer electronics at that point of time. From Macintosh, they want to move into consumer electronics. And they found out that Portal Player has got a product and that product can be utilized for them to introduce the Apple's iPod. And in one meeting, Steve Jobs took the decision that, yes, we are going to use Portal Player technology. And within 6 months, we were able to see the Apple releasing the Apple's iPod using our technology. In fact, the entire technology except the front wheel, which was Apple's design, the firmware, the initial operating system, the silicon chip, all the codecs, everything was given by Portal Player. That's how we were able to survive. And afterwards, we took the company public and all that. Why I'm telling this example? Market access. Without that call from Steve Jobs, our company would have died. We had $86 million funding. We had great teams, one in Seattle, one in Silicon Valley, one in Hyderabad. In Japan and other places. So this middle game is very, very important than market access. So that's where, I mean, why people used to go to Silicon Valley, those ecosystem was there. If somebody has got a product, they can go, I mean, play golf, golf course and play golf with some CEOs. In the golf course itself, I mean, they will make some connections and they'll say, okay, I have this product, I have a solution, maybe it's suitable to you. And that's how the business used to transform. Because of this one reason, Silicon Valley became what it is today. And today, if you see, there's several such ecosystem. For example, in India, except Bangalore, no other startup ecosystem survived because the same reason. Bangalore had all the venture capitalists. Bangalore had all the Fortune 100, Fortune 500 R&D companies were there. The manpower was available. Everything was available. And because of that, I mean, many startups started working from Bangalore. So when we started in Hyderabad, our startup journey in Hyderabad and way back in 2001, that time I was the president of TAI Hyderabad. We ran TAI ISB along with the Indian School of Business. We ran a conference called TAI ISB Connect. We had a business plan competition at that conference. We invited business plans from various people. Then finally, the venture capitalists who were on the jury, they were telling, Jay, we will not come to Hyderabad because the quality of all this, whatever the companies who submitted the business plans and all that, not even a theoretical, even a student in a college can produce a much better business plan. If this is the kind of quality deals, we don't want to come to Hyderabad, waste our time and all that. They never used to come. The ecosystem was not there. But over a period of time, we were able to see what were the main ecosystem which helped Hyderabad, what it is. There was no angel investors were not there. What we have done is we created Hyderabad Angels. Through Hyderabad Angels, we started giving money to startup ideas and all that. So that's one of the ecosystem component. Then a lot of Fortune 100, Fortune 500 R&D companies, they started moving into Hyderabad, where a lot of architects used to be, a lot of NRS who wants to come back from US working in either Microsoft or Google headquarters and all that. They returned with a lot of experience. So architecture level, the CTO level people were available in Hyderabad. And incubation space, again, thanks to the Telangana government, they really took a decision to have a T-Hub kind of incubator come accelerator. All these things were part of the ecosystem this thing. Because of that, the Hyderabad is now coming in the radar of the startup ecosystem, and a lot of companies are coming. Again, still, marketing is still the issue. A lot of companies, they struggle. They have a great product. they great team and also good funding. Many startups, they think that by raising a $1 million Series A funding, they've end of the story and they think that they have succeeded in the game. No, many companies, they die even after raising Series B funding. So whatever that lady panelist was telling, the focus is very, very important. Lot of startups, they have 100 different ideas. Not only they concentrate on this, and while concentrating on this product, they will also think about XYZ problems and all that. That focus is very, very important for the startup companies to succeed. And also the market access. Again, thanks to the whatever is happening in the India, the entire India is going digital. India, particularly, I'm referring to the technology entrepreneurships and technology startup ecosystem within the country. Every state is going spending billions of dollars for the e-governance and bringing the digital to every aspect, whether the digital payments, digital approvals, digital governance, everything is happening digital. So a lot of opportunities are getting created within the states like Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and all that. So this is the ideal system which has happened. There's a reason why even cities like Hyderabad is also has become a hub. Now coming back to why Anantapur can become a startup ecosystem, vibrant ecosystem. See, we have to choose one focus area. Like for example, in Texas, this thing, they have chosen cybersecurity as a focus area. They invited all the educational institutions, all the startups. They created ecosystem around cybersecurity that became the hub for many cybersecurity companies. Similarly, Anantapur SK University, AIC, you need to choose one focus area. Thanks to Nagbhushan Raju and all the team members of AIC, you have chosen the rural whatever the entrepreneurship opportunities, particularly agri and food processing and all that. I think that is a good area. If only if you can drive that rural based startup, rural based innovation and entrepreneurship, as Professor Mallareddy was mentioning, a lot of opportunities are there in the villages, in the rural areas. So you have to identify who are the angel investors who can come and look at those startup companies who are getting incubated in the SKU AIC campus. So that money is very, very important. So you have to go and invite not only angel investors and also maybe the venture capitalists to come to AIC this thing. And also you should get connected to the forums like TAI Hyderabad. In fact, Manohar Reddy is the now current president of TAI Hyderabad, is readily willing to enable the entire the chartered members to come and help the mentor the startups. This mentoring is very, very important. If you get that kind of a mentoring, they will also provide the market access for whatever ideas you have. So the market anyway is there. Today, thanks to COVID, people are who are working in Microsoft, Google kind of companies, they are working from Batalpalli. They are all working for the last 1 year. They're happily working because the ecosystem is there. High-speed bandwidths are there. Everything is there. Plus, they are with their parents and all that. So today, I mean, distance is not the issue today. Whether you are in Silicon Valley or you are in Seattle or you are in Batalpalli or you are Anantapur, with I mean, if you have the infrastructure, high-speed internet links, a lot of people are willing to come back to the small villages and all that. This is the ideal opportunity for SKU, AIC to really attract such people. For example, Partha, who was working for Accenture in Bangalore, now he has come back and started Ananta Naturals, and he's doing very well. I think he has got a stall in your campus itself. So such people, you can invite them because they have the market connect. Again, I'm emphasizing market. Why Partha is successful? Because he was able to connect to the markets. Because when he was in Bangalore, he was able to connect to them, and because of that, he's successful. Market access is very, very important. So you should invite such people to come to AIC-SKU and see how they can be incubated, and you should actually somehow make sure that 1 or 2 companies are going to be globally successful. Then everybody will come to AIC-SKU. By going to AIC-SKU, not only I get some ideas, not only I get some funding, and also there is a market, this thing, there are mentors who are going to mentor, all those things will happen, provided you create that ecosystem. Again, I agree with the lady panelist who was mentioning focus, focus, and focus. If you focus on one such area, create that vibrant ecosystem, everything will happen. I wish you all the best.
Sir, that was an amazing elaborative, 360-degree overlook about the challenges faced by ecosystem, how you can overcome. Again, coming back to Maithili, so taking the cue from JSR, investment is the oxygen. So now, how do you provide oxygen to these rural entrepreneurs? When I say rural entrepreneurs, not that their idea is rural, but the entrepreneurs themselves are from rural side. Because one challenge as an incubation center I am facing is they don't have the acumen of making business plans, pitch, elevator page. In fact, communication itself is a constraint here. So that's what Dr. Mallareddy was also they were telling. That is the reason they're not able to go global, because we have one of the person here, he's making amazing mushrooms, right? But he's not able to communicate to the investors. That's the challenge faced. Now, how do you think these constraints can be addressed? As an incubation center, where can we play that role?
Where can AIC-SKU play that role?
Yeah, in general incubation center, but in particular AIC, yes, definitely. What would be your suggestion? How we can help them to reach out to you? In showcasing them to you.
All right. So I think you've identified it correctly that very often they might have a good idea, but communication is lacking. In which case you could have some sessions that you all host for them, development sessions. I have noticed with some other incubators where I have attended as a panelist on their demo days, as a participant on their demo days, I noticed that all their startups more or less pitched with a similar framework. And I later asked the organizer that, why did you do that? And he said, we did that for two reasons. One is to standardize the information that goes out so that they are on equal footing. And two is, he said, to give them guidance as to how to structure their pitch. So I've seen others do that. Typically, when a company comes to us, they're a little beyond that stage, in the sense that they're at least MVP ready, and we are evaluating them on their pitches, and we help them to refine their pitch, but they already have some pitch in place. But what I've noticed with, as I said, with some other incubators that I've gone to, where they're really just working out of universities or even ALC Hyderabad in Hyderabad, actually, they've actually given sort of formats that and explain to the startup in a very almost university-like fashion that these are the 6 or 7 points that you must have on your slide, and how you express them, you have flexibility in how you want to tell your story, but make sure that you cover this minimum. That removes the barrier of basic communication. Everybody doesn't need to be fluent in Hindi or English or whatever is the common language, but if they have been able to convey the idea and the concept well enough across the 4 or 5 parameters people are usually looking at, then I think they're still up for consideration.
So you mean to say that language should not be a barrier? In fact, if we can literally help them in little communication, that should do it. Because I've seen pitches happening in dual English. In North, I have seen some people do it in Hindi, mixing with Hindi and English, pitching in so that they're impressing upon the investors. Because I don't see investors will look at language, actually. They'll be looking at the plan and the communication, exactly. Right?
In fact, when we are when we are reviewing companies and they're pitching to us, and we can sense that the entrepreneur is sometimes more comfortable in a regional language. If the panel is comfortable with it, we always encourage them to go in the language that they are comfortable in, so that they can express. But at least if it's sort of Hindi, it's easier. If the panel is mixed, otherwise sometimes we even consider regional languages. And as you said, the main point is have their points come through, and that is something that AIC-SKU can definitely guide them as to what are the kind of, you can maybe have a bunch of investors come in and do like a rough demo day with them before their real demo day to bring through what are the points that need to be
covered. Right. Great, Maithili. Thank you for that, thought. And again, coming to Dr. Sheshadri, see here again, we talked about investment, we talked about information and faculty empowerment. Now, another key issue when it comes to rural startups is I have seen knowledge, understanding the depth of the, because you are a microbiologist, you are a scientist, you would be able to answer it better. How it is important for a founder or an entrepreneur, which takes precedence, innovation or the good business model, right? Both they lack. In a village, from a rural startups, a college in the Tier 3 city, both actually they lack both. understanding the innovations and bridging that gap to the societal need and converting into good business model. So when you're starting your entrepreneurial journey, what experience?
Okay, thank you for this question. Before that, I just would like to
I
tell a
want
few
you
things.
to come there. Yes.
Hope I am audible, right? Am I audible?
Ravana?
Hello? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you are
Yeah.
audible.
Okay. Okay, fine. Thing is, yes, that was a good question. But since I try to link three things. One is you said you are in a rural setting. Second thing, you want to work on a technologies for the rural areas, Anantapur area. You have a rural development trust talking about people talking about a lot of rural opportunities available. How are we going to link all these things is one big thing you need to really look into. Why I'm telling you is, even rightly you only said in between one of your questions, you said when people from IIMs and IITs are coming up setting up companies in agriculture and rural areas, and why our people are not doing this. And if you ask me this question, the one question is, normally when even the best of the knowledge, if we have our families, we will not appreciate. This is what is happening in our mindset. The attitude, that's why I brought it. So we need to change the way the students think, and also we need to change the way the faculties think. I brought it this, even my earlier presentation, I said, faculties are the real mentors. And even you asked the language as a big barrier for this presentation. I don't see language as a barrier for the presentation, provided there is a good handholding happening from the faculty side. And even the incubators also identify right mentors, mostly the even proposal writers, I would say. Even I am also associated with another entity called Bharati Yuva Shakti Trust. It is part of CII, right? It has offices in Delhi, Chennai, Hyderabad, and Bhubaneswar, Pune, Aurangabad, Assam, every area. And it's a 100% non-profit entity helping the entrepreneurs at the grassroots level. What we do is, even I'm the chairperson for the mentor advisory panel there. So what happens? We try to identify the entrepreneur. Entrepreneur don't have to have any knowledge about writing a banking proposal. We help people, we bring people who are in the banking industry, who are in the banking industry, to handle them to prepare a proposal and take them forward. One. And second thing, we don't have to worry about best innovative technology coming out of the students. Even it could be Me Too technology, but that should be applicable in the rural areas. That is more important. And India needs a lot of Me Too technologies also. We talked about Silicon Valleys, we talked about many big things, IITs, all these things. But when we talk about the rural areas, we need to think of the knowledge quotient of the students coming out of the centers. I mean, the university campus itself. And in that area, the faculties, especially again, I am pinning this. The faculties play a very major role in shaping the thought process of the students. The skilling, are these students setting their hands in the soil? Means it's not agriculture soil, I'm telling. Even be it electronics, be it civil, be it is chemical engineering, are they allowed to work in the machineries, or are they permitted to work in the basic knowledge areas and laboratories? This only give them the feel where exactly they are, how the ecosystem works. So unless otherwise we have the feel, we will not able to identify the right gap that is available for us to address. Otherwise, what happens? Most of the students come and knock our doors, just like that, pick thread from the different ecosystems. They even try to ape Sun Microsystems or even our Bill Gates, all we people, and I try to say, I have an idea, I want to do that. But most of the time, these are the ideas fail miserably. So if at all this should happen, the correction should happen in the mindset of the students from the department side and the faculty side. And the incubators and the departments should seamlessly work together. Here, the students should be allowed to seamlessly go between the departments and the incubators and the managements and knock the doors. We should open the barriers, not the gates, I would say. There are a lot of gates, but we should open not the gates, the barriers. Only if we do that, there is umpteen number of possibilities. I've seen a lot of students coming with brimming ideas, but most of the time, the fear factor and the gates, lot of gates that never allow them to go past the gates. So we should open that. Thank you.
Basically, you're touching upon the policy, at the college level and management level to enable them to go seamlessly, interact, and democratize That's the thing you are
Yes,
talking
sir.
about. Right?
When you say you are working in the rural area, what is there? A farmer should talk to the farmer, right? A farmer should go and knock the doors of the banks. When a farmer is shying, go and talking to the banks, how come he can get the loan for that? The same way I will think the student also should be in a position to go casually into all the departments, knock the doors. And second thing I see is the collaboration. The collaboration is the most important thing, team building. Even that is not happening among the faculties. The two faculty, if they could able to join hands and come up with wonderful ideas, and students also will pick a thread out of this and try to move forward. So if this is not happening in the departments and the faculties, how come we can imbibe that in the minds of the students also? So this we need to allow them to think through and come up with a lot of iterations.
Correct, sir. Wonderful, sir. Thank you. Now, when we are talking about collaboration with the incubation centers, now incubation becomes a central stage and it becomes like hub and spoke model. So now the question again leads to James' expertise. Now, how incubators need to be self-sustainable if they want to do all these activities? They cannot be under any constraints and restrictions. So that's where Section 8 companies, so many things, so many such policy overhauls have happened. But all said and done, unless the incubation center becomes a self-sustainable business itself, no, you cannot ensure the success of the startups, right? So how do you suggest that incubation center becomes self-sufficient, sir? And this question becomes relevant in terms of the rural ecosystem, because in urban setup like Bangalore, Hyderabad, the kind of startups exits happen quick and valuations happen, good exits happen, we get our returns. But when it comes to rural, the kind of returns we get and the amount of money we put it doesn't really match. So when you want to become self-sustainable, it would take very long time in rural ecosystems. So what do you suggest? What kind of revenue models we should build up?
Is this question to whom, James, sir?
James.
Okay. In fact, sustainability, it's a very, this concept, sustainability, when you mean based on monetary or revenue aspects, I don't think we have records or research done or any evidence on any incubator anywhere in the world sustainable on its own from the incubation operations. I'm not sure about that. Maybe other researchers and faculty or in the field, they can give examples, if anything, on such cases available. But they can, what they can best do instead of monetary sustainability is to make sure that in the infrastructure that they create is sustainable. And that sustainability is instead of focusing on finance capital, I would suggest if they can create a social capital, that would be the sustainability factor for incubators. And for that to happen, they need to create networks. And as Dr. Sheshadri was earlier saying, one of the most important aspect of incubator is to create the right networks for the incubatees, for the entrepreneurs, for the innovators to succeed. And this I have seen from IITM incubation centers is they are able to create the networks, right networks, either from banking sector or from the industry sector or from the government sector or any sector that you imagine, to tap into and let the entrepreneur grow through the network effect. So therefore, what I would suggest for any incubator is to develop networks across different domains, either to start with. This is also a case where I have seen even within the university system, incubators are very often isolated from the faculties, from the departments.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir. So, Jay, sir, you want to add something, sir?
Yeah, actually, this is a typical problem, particularly for the rural incubator like AIC-SKU. See, what the incubators they do, I visited many incubators in Israel. What they do is they identify the right kind of companies and they provide all the ecosystem, including bringing market access. And also for all the services, they take some sweat equity in those companies, And when the company succeeds, automatically the incubator also gets a lot of, apart from for
Yes.
other charges, they charge nominal costs and all that, this thing, very nominal cost. But the main sustainable money, what they get is out of the equity that what they pick up in those startup companies. So that's where, I mean, they create a lot of reserves for the incubator. Y Combinator also one such example. This is how they become globally successful. In fact, a lot of startups, they go and compete to become part of the Y Combinator, because being in Y Combinator itself is becoming a big taboo for many startup companies. So you need to create that kind of a success stories. That's the reason why I've been telling Professor Razu also. Somehow you have to identify, you have to invite one or two such startup companies to your ecosystem, and you put all your effort. Make sure that those two companies are really successful, at least in the Indian scale. Then not only that your incubator get that high visibility, that going to SKEAC, I mean, chances of my company become successful. And automatically, if you have a provision to pick up some sweat equity in that this thing, whenever they go and raise the Series A funding, you can take the exit, and that money, that whatever the stocks that this thing, that can go into the reserves. So like that, you have to innovate. So there's no one standard rule. This thing, how you have to create a sustainable engine for yourself, because when you are allowing the startups to become innovative, even incubator like you also have to become more innovative. You cannot think of following. You cannot become a copycat, because just because Y Combinator or followed one rule, you should not think of copying. You find out your own kind of a model, how you can create a sustainable engine. That's where you need to have a right kind of mentors to suggest you. Why don't you look at this model and create this kind of opportunities and all that. So you need to innovate. You need to create that aura and this thing. Definitely, if you have the will and the way SKUAC is progressing from time to time, I'm seeing a lot of growth potential in this center. It can become one of the best rural incubators in the country itself. So that opportunity is there, but you need to see how you can make it happen.
So basically, you are saying incubator should do the walk the talk. We saying startups to raise funds. We should also we ourselves should think like a startup. How we can raise our revenues. How we market ourselves.
You are a startup. You are incubator
Exactly.
yourself. You are a startup. So
exactly.
More than the startup companies coming to you, you should be the biggest innovator, and you should innovate new ways of how your incubator can become a grand success. So that's where your entrepreneurship really becomes very critical.
Yes, and that would really set an example to the startups as well. Right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, sir. Great, sir. Thank you for that thought. No, I think we are coming to the fag end of the discussion, and one important point would like to ask Dr. Mallareddy again. See, all it boils down to the person who is working at the bottom of the pyramid, because as when you say market in the 5M, the middle M market access. Here, in rural entrepreneurship, market access would be the especially rural setup where the people, landless people, or small agrarians, or youth, graduated youth staying in the village. So they become the major chunk of the market here. Mallareddy, sir, in your viewpoint, now as a concluding remark, how do you witness Anantapur being an entrepreneurial hub? You are already seeing the sprouts coming in Anantapur. In AIC you have seen, in RDT you have seen, Adi you have seen, and some other few things you have seen. Now, what would be the vision? Can you put a vision statement for all of us? How entrepreneurial ecosystem can enable Anantapur to become a hub of innovation, especially in rural sector.
Well, Sivakiran Garu, that is a very tall order that you have given me. But what I would say is that see how we have to approach this market part of it is, I think the example I have explained gives us a good example, good idea into it. Is because you see local markets are there. If we can start with local markets, or what is locally sold as much as possible. From there, organically, it can grow. It can take to any extent afterwards, because the entrepreneur's vision also will keep really growing, and their horizon will be opened up much more afterwards. I think to start with, my take would be that we will have to really bank on the local markets. There are so many things that local people are consuming that are not really branded, and brands are not a competition in that sense. So we will have to look for kind of products
అంతమందిని ఇక్కడ ఎందుకంటే మధ్యలో మధ్యాహ్నం విఐపీస్ అంతా వస్తున్నారంట, ఎక్కువ మంది స్టూడెంట్స్ ని ఒక దగ్గర పంపించి
using. And I think we will have to really locally manufacture and locally start finding a market for them. And that is the beginning, I would say. That is the beginning from where I think it can grow really like anything. There are many things that we can think of like that, many products that we can think of like that, where they don't really require a very high level of skill, but some kind of a skill is required, and which rural people can master over a period, with some kind of a training and so on. And then I think we will be able to capture that. That's how I would approach, because we have tried in RDT. I'm not really reluctant to share that we have tried in last 50 years. So many products, I tell you, 50 products we may have tried, but they are all based on the outside market. Not even a single one has succeeded as of now. But whatever we have tried based on local market, they have been successful, but in a number of, with a number of entrepreneurs. So we will have to really see small entrepreneurs, every village, 1 or 2 entrepreneurs, like that. I think then so many villages and so many entrepreneurs, then they will from there, God knows, I mean, the sky is the limit from that kind of, once they start and the startup really works to start with, I think the sky is the limit for them. I think that is how I would see it.
Wow, sir. That's great, sir. I think and as a last 2 minutes we have, if anybody wants to add a few points, panel members, you are welcome. We'll be closing in another 5 minutes, maybe 2-3 minutes we have. After that, we can take 1 or 2 questions and we'll close it.
I have only one point to add to here, sir. Since you said you're working in the rural area, agriculture, and all these things, and interestingly, the pandemic also has given us opportunity to myself and Mr. James. We two together almost reviewed more than 300 proposals in this pandemic. All these things are from IIT to IIMs to NITs to many organizations, right? Even if you are having entrepreneurs with wonderful ideas, we will be happy to review that and take them forward next level also, if that is really suitable.
Wonderful. That would be really great, sir. We'll definitely connect with both of you regarding that and see how we can collaborate and showcase our startups to you.
I just wanted
sir, you want to add, sir?
Yeah,
Please,
I just
sir.
wanted to tell about this 5M. For any ecosystem to survive, let me explain what is this 5M model. First M is the manpower. First of all, you need to find the right kind of the founders who have got the right interest. So M is the manpower. The second, for them to really start any new idea, oxygen, what is required is the funding, either angel funding or VC funding, whatever it is. So second M is very important for the company to start. So third M, as I mentioned earlier also, it's a market access. It's a very crucial for the company to survive. The fourth M is the mentoring. See, you need a lot of mentors, the local mentors, the global mentors. First of all, a lot of people, they will be ideating something which is actually not going to be scaled up and all that. If it is not a scale-up plan, no VC, no investor will invest in that plan. So you need a mentor who can tell, no, this idea is not a good idea. You drop this or you probably modify this. So mentoring is very important. The last M is the meetup events. The places like Anantapur, like what you are doing, creates this kind of a meetup events through webinars, through conferences. The startup companies, for example, if you have 10 agriculture or rural startup companies in SKU, Anantapur University campus, you can't expect them to go to Delhi and demonstrate their product and all that. So because they don't have that kind of money. They don't have enough money to travel by air and stay in Delhi and demonstrate the capabilities. So you need to bring those people to SKU AIC, like what you have done today. I think a lot of people are coming. Just now, Gadav still Sridharan was here, and the other great people are coming. When they come, they see, okay, they talk to the entrepreneurs. They will get connected, like to win the Kurukshetra war, or the startup company Kurukshetra war is to become successful. The Pancha Pandavas is very, very important. All these 5 M's are like Pancha Pandavas, and in that Arjuna is the one the middle M, the market access, who actually made this Kurukshetra war to successful. Without Arjuna, there is no Pancha Pandavas wouldn't have succeeded. So, like Arjuna, what he did here, also market access is very, very important. That's where you need to collaborate, talk to people like Malla Reddy Garu and others, see that how you can create the local ecosystem. As Malla Reddy was mentioning, today everybody is talking about new buzzword in the industry is local. Think global, but first of all, start from local. మన తెలుగులో ఒక సామెత ఇంత గెలిచి రచ్చగెలచమంటారు. ఫస్ట్ ఇక్కడున్న ఆపర్చునిటీస్ అన్ని చూసుకొని లోకల్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ మల్లారెడ్డి గారు చెప్పిన ఆపర్చునిటీస్ చాలా ఉన్నాయి. దట్ కెన్ బి ఎ పైలట్. దెన్ ఆఫ్టర్వర్డ్స్ యూ టేక్ దెమ్ గ్లోబల్. సో టుడే దట్ ఈస్ ద ఫార్ములా. ద గ్లోబల్ ఈస్ ద ఫార్ములా. సో I think AIC-SKU Anantapur is the right time, right place, and right people are helping you. And definitely, I'm going to see you a successful incubator in the world.
Sorry, you are saying Pancha Pandavas 5 M's, and if I may add, mentor would be the Krishna.
Yeah, you need one Krishna.
Krishna mentoring all the Pandavas.
But I can help you. You need one Krishna also to make sure that Pancha Pandavas win the war.
Yes.
Krishna is AIC. AIC is Krishna.
Yes, Malari.
That was a flattering comment, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, sir. Great, sir. So thank you, all the panelists. So that to boil down the whole discussion, it's under focus, fund, 5 M's, fraternity. That is about collaboration, and the end we should not forget the empathy. That's where we started as empathy. Now we are ending with a note that market and scalability. So that should be the journey of any startup, and it cannot be linear. It has to be circular economy. So with that note, we'll sign off from this panel discussion. And the good number of questions are there. Due to the paucity of time, we will answer to you. If you have any specific question to specific speaker, let us know. We will write to them and get back to you. Or it's a generic question, we can answer to you. That would be the way. And thank you, all the panelists, Dr. Sheshadri, Ms. James, Dr. Malla Reddy Garu, JSR, and Maithili left early because she had some other engagements. So Maithili also. So all the 5 of you, really thank you for sparing your time, sharing your expertise and learning with us. And definitely, this panel discussion has given us key points in which AIC-SKU could work and make ourselves top incubators as JSR. Put high expectations on us. So we'll definitely work towards that. So thank you, sir, all of you. Have a good day. And if at your leisure, please visit our stalls virtually, to interact with our startups, and we'll collaborate with all of you, offline.
Okay.
So all the participants, thank you for staying with us on this virtual session. We are closing the virtual sessions now. We can go for a break. After lunch, 2 o'clock, our demo starts. Virtual demo resumes. So you can visit there. Have a good day. See you all of you. Namaste.
Sir, 1 second. Everybody here. So
Amoli.
We have a live physical event link which was shared in chat box. Okay. So you can have a word on that. Okay. So now the total afternoon session is live in YouTube. So people who wants to join, they can log into our website or they can use this link to view.
Yes. All the participants know the whole program is being streamed on YouTube. So you can visit in the YouTube, or you can go to our website, see our proceedings there as well. Okay. So stay in touch with us. Have a good day. Keep innovating. Namaste.
నేను తాను
Hello. Hello.
Talk to him. Talk to him. Talk to him. దూరం పోవాలి. Sir, talk to him.
Hello. Hello, Anish. అతనే మాట్లాడట్లేదు
వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడు.
Hello. Can you see me? Hello. Can you see me?
Not yet, sir. Not yet. Sir, are we visible, sir?
Yeah, you are visible, but for some
Right.
reason, can you see me? Hello. Can you see me?
Video.
కొంచెం వెనక్కి పోతే ఇక్కడ ఇంకా కొద్దిమంది వస్తారు. ఈ చైర్లు ఇక్కడనే వేస్తే ఈ వరుస కొంచెం ఖాళీ పెడితే వాళ్ళు వచ్చి
I can see you, sir.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
CEO of Hotel Incubation Center. Nice to see you here.
Yeah, enhance the image.
Okay. Sir, now we have a virtual meet and I also introduce you to participants or staff and our board members are also here. Fortunate on the 5 board members, including the vice chairman. And Professor Nagbhushan Raju, you know him very well. So he's here. I'll turn the camera towards him. So he will interact with you. Right, sir?
Camera, phone, camera.
I thought, you know. Sir, over to you, sir. So this is a stall, sir. We are going to give you a tour of our stall as well.
Okay.
So we have 13 stalls physically incubated.
Yeah, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Professor Raju from AIC-SKU, sir.
Good afternoon.
At the outset, let me acknowledge our gratitude for your kind acceptance for a leadership talk to all our startups. And we are grateful to have Mr. Sunil Reddy Jodla, sir, Managing Director, Jodla Dairy, who has visited our facility today, and Mr. Manohar Reddy, board director, and is the Thai Hyderabad president currently. He's one of the board members. K.G. Venugopal Reddy, the popular chartered accountant in the town, sir. And Dr. A.V. Ramana, another board director, and all these are the startups who have come to see the physical exhibition. Okay. So this is the first time we are doing both virtual startup summit, sir. Although on a smaller scale, we wanted to start somehow and then take it to the next level probably at the end of this year. All, sir, just to have a walkthrough, and then we will hear your address, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Please, startups be their respective, sir. Very briefly. So this is
private limited, sir. This is Vaishnavi, and these are our products. We are developing our products from plant fiber based furnishing. These are the products made from this agave plant. With this, we will extract the fiber and will make all the products. These are all handcrafted products. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. We are representing Copom Electro Solutions. Good afternoon, sir. We are from Copom Electro Solutions. We have developed a product which helps in saving the people from electrocution.
This is a project for WWF, sir.
Okay.
To protect them for live wires.
Right.
So this is Bubble Bite India from Maharashtra state, and we have come up with educational courses, and also we have developed 2 different models for pandemic. That is Doctor Center Model A and Model C. This is sanitizer model, and this is hand wash plus water basin model. Also, we are having hardware course and PowerPoint course.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. This is Rakesh from Katidan Tech Bangalore. We are working on management conflict and also the process agriculture sector. So these are the products which are available. So this is a light-based device, sound-based device, and different products which are for the wildlife sector.
For what? What are the products?
So what is the purpose of your device? You explain.
Sir, in general, actually, there is always a percentage of problems which are faced by Indian farmers or farmers in general. So considering this problem statement, we have came across many farmers right from the Jammu Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So considering we have built a device in which how the animals will behave. So considering the problem statement on the base end and how mixture of engineering and science, we have collaborated together and came up with the products which are easily affordable for farmers, and it can give us solutions by technological means.
So this is to avoid animals from grazing, wild animals from coming there or from spoiling the field.
Yeah, yes, sir. It's like an illusion we are creating by safeguarding farmers' crop as well as their lives.
Okay, okay. Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
This is Parthasarathi from Webster Data Solutions. Sir. We have 4 products. One product is addressbar.in, just like Just Dial, exclusively for Andhra and Telangana. Other is teaching-careers.com to showcase the information about teaching jobs globally. Other one is hospitaltracker.com related to healthcare industry, paramedical and medical jobs and medical tourism related portal. Other one is sarpanchforyou.in, is a rural platform to showcase the sport technologies, how sport technologies benefit the village, and what is the role of the sarpanch in adoption and other things.
Very good. Very good.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Blue Moon Private Limited. It is a social startup. We provide 3 services: image management, alternative careers, and a vocal of local stock show on the lines of Prime Minister's campaign for vocal for local, to celebrate the journeys of local heroes who are contributing their bit in making India self-reliant, sir.
Excellent. Excellent.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Mohammed from Civicon. We provide household and construction and appliance services with the quick, secure, and affordable services. Like quick, sir, within 3 hours we provide services, and security we will give security to the customer by the agreement with the professions, and affordable we give affordable cost by the market rate. Thank you, sir.
Very good.
Hi, sir. We are cultivating mushroom unit, sir. We have cultivated 2 types of, one type of milky mushroom and white oyster mushroom. We are different type of preparing food, sir. This is pickle. This one is pakoda. This is the cake. Bakery cake. Yes. With one type of pakoda, sir. Mushroom based. Mushroom.
Okay. Very nice.
Hello, sir. We are developing Android-based applications, sir, that can address the concerns that come between farmers and industries in contract farming. We are trying to provide farmers with different applications, sir. This is a prototype of our application homepage.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. I am Anita Rajalakshmi from
Yeah.
Kadaipai. Kadaipai brand is a promotion for eco-friendly products and sustainable products. In
Hmm.
that, we have banana fiber made baskets and products. That is a revenue generation scheme for local farmers. And also we have the vetiver products, that is cuscus made products for fragrance and decors. And we have new product from bamboo fiber, that is bamboo yarn made 100% towels. These towels are antibacterial activity. It has an active, the antibacterial usage, and also the towels are made from 100% bamboo, sir. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent.
I'm representing Sirudanela Sangam. I'm representing basically 90 women who have been making these snacks and sweets. The snacks and the specialty is they have been made with ragi, foxtail, and pearl millets. Totally health cautious products. Women
These are
cooperative.
farmers producers groups, sir, totally managed by women cooperative.
Women cooperative. I'm representing them 90 women who made these products.
Very good. Very good.
Hello. Hello, sir. This is Siddharuda, and this is Abdul. So I'm founder director of the company. He is co-founder. We have come up with the world's first electronic sanitizer, which is being registered in Guinness World Record, and also it is India patented. And also we have US and international patent pending. Abdul will show you the demonstration how the product works. It is completely liquid free and no maintenance, saves water, and it is not a recurring amount for the product. So you need to place your hands for 5 seconds. There will be 2 beeps, which indicates that the sanitization process has been completed. And if a person wants to test whether the product is working or no, just need to put his fingertips onto the device. Every fraction of a second, a person can smell ozone. So it is. We have a central government NABL certification and also CSIR certification for UVC product.
We can go ahead.
So the product works like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. This is Parthasarathi from Ananta Naturals Farmer Collective. So we are practicing organic farming as a collective, and we are creating a marketing platform for our farmers in a trusted way. So we are a group of farmers who are growing like fruits, vegetables, millets, pulses, spices, and we are doing a value addition at village level. Like we are setting up a rural enterprise nearby village to the university, where we are sourcing all from our farmer collective and doing processing and value addition and targeting the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 cities for creating marketing awareness, and we are selling our produce at thank you.
Excellent.
Good afternoon.
सर गुड आफ्टरनून है सर हमारा ये कदरी से है सर हम ब्लैक प्रिंटिंग सारीज करते हैं ये वाइट क्लॉथ आता सर वाइट क्लॉथ को डाइंग करने के बाद बिल्कुल प्रिंट करते हैं सर ये ब्लैक से प्रिंट करते हैं सर हैंड प्रिंटेड हैंड ब्लैक प्रिंटिंग सारीज
वेरी गुड। तो इसमें क्या आप क्या टेक्नोलॉजी यूज कर रहे हैं? कुछ
ऑर्गेनिक डाइस करते हैं सर नेचुरल कलर
हाँ
नेचुरल कलर सर ऑर्गेनिक डाइस
हाँ ऑर्गेनिक डाइस। अच्छा अच्छा
हाँ
कुछ आपका पेटेंट है उसमें? कुछ आपका जो यूनिक चीज है उसमें क्या कोई भी कर सकता है ये?
नहीं कोई भी नहीं सर हमें ट्रेनिंग देते हैं सर इसके पास हमें।
अच्छा
हाँ सर
Basically, it's a traditional knowledge, sir. We cannot be patented. It's coming as a tradition for hundreds of years in Andhra Pradesh. So dye is basically made from villages and tribals from Vijayawada, and it has got molds. It has got designs, intricate designs. This is done by only few families in Andhra Pradesh. They give us, and these people take this and do hand printed sarees. So it's basically a livelihood and a social innovation rather than a tech innovation.
Okay. But are these dyes much better or stronger than conventional things that you get from outside?
I mean, in terms of its washability and dye retention, it's all same, sir. It's nothing that you can tell it's better. But the only uniqueness is that it's from plant pigment, from the plant, entirely from the plants, no synthetic thing.
Not chemical.
So, yes, sir. These are the startups we have displayed physically, sir. And virtually, I think in the link, you can definitely visit. Now over to Professor Raju, sir. You can take the proceedings.
So these are startups of SKU, or they are startups who have been invited?
No. The physical, all of them are startups from SKU. Okay. Except for this FPOs, who will be incubated with us only for the marketing support. Rest all of them are our startups. Okay. But in the virtual, we also given the opportunity for other startups as well to showcase.
Very good.
But what I've shown in the stalls, physically all of them are ours. Okay.
Please send me a write-up of all these startups and the products. Okay.
Absolutely.
And it will be good for me to go through it.
Great. I'll do that. So I will do that.
Yes.
Yeah. You please go ahead.
Sir, we have Mr. Sridhar Krishnamurthy, Managing Director of Local Steel Industries, Arja Steel. Earlier it was Gerda Steel. He's the Managing Director of that, sir.
Very nice to meet you, sir.
And then we have Mr. J. Chaudhary, earlier STPI Director and serial entrepreneur, sir.
Good seeing you long time.
Yes. Namaste.
So then we have Dr. Malla Reddy, Ecology Director, Ecology of Rural Development Trust. It's another wonderful NGO based at Anantapur, sir, serving the local poor communities. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is the ecosystem, sir. Now we request you to kindly address us, all of us. In fact, our Vice Chancellor has just left because he had a call from the Governor's office regarding the ensuing convocation in March 5th. So otherwise, we'll be happy to receive your message, sir.
Okay.
Very much, sir.
Okay. So, shall I start?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for showing me around the physical startups. Indeed, it is amazing that today, because of technology, one is able to enjoy such a audience from Anantapur, It's always very difficult during the COVID-19 times to think of traveling anywhere. And therefore, it is my pleasure and my privilege to be able to attend the Startup Summit here organized by SKU. And I have to say, it has been extraordinarily beneficial for me to know what is happening in that part of the world and the number of startups that have come up in SKU and the virtual startups who are attending this call. So first of all, a very good afternoon once again to all the distinguished people who are there, Mr. Krishnamurthy, the Vice Chancellor, the board and the management of SKU Incubator, the SKU management team, the CEO, and all the young budding innovators who have assembled there, as well as the startups who are showcasing their products today. We are living in a very, very different world than the one that I grew up in and that most of the people who are there in that audience have grown up in. We are living in a world today full of hope. We're living in a world where there are exciting new possibilities for young budding talent to express their creative ability through their entrepreneurial spirit, through their startups. We're living in Atmanirbhar Bharat, India, where more than 75% of our people are young. We are having 65% of our people under 35 years old. We are a very young country. And to have a young country and to have the youthful energy coursing through the country is a great advantage that our country uniquely enjoys. In fact, we have the demographic dividend, which is the envy of many a country across the world. It is this youthful energy that is enabling India to take to places. All of you must be very happy today with the news that our new Indian cricket team, full of youngsters, have been able to create a historic win at Australia in the Indo-Australian cricket series, test series, and a historic win at the Gabba, which is the Brisbane cricketing ground. Now, many of you may be aware that for the last 32 years, no other country has been able to win in cricket in that particular ground, and our young Indian youngsters have done it. So not only are we fortunate to have a country that is full of aspiring, young, talented, energetic people, but we are also one of the fastest growing economies of the world. We have been growing at 6 to 8% per year over the last several years, except for the COVID-19 crisis, which has struck us in an unprecedented manner, but which has struck the rest of the world too. However, the COVID-19 crisis has also woken India up. The corporate sector, all the stakeholders, government, academia, industry, universities, it has woken them up with this reality that the future of the world belongs to those innovative startups, those innovative entrepreneurs who can create solutions and who can identify new problems to be solved and thereby grow the country. And what I saw today, just now, a few minutes ago, is the evidence of that entrepreneurial spirit in full bloom. Each of those youngsters and each of the startups which are focusing on problems related to how can we address the food sector, how can we address the agricultural sector, how can we solve the problems of the farmers, how can we ensure lives and livelihoods for our tribal people, for people in the remote districts of our country, how we can ensure that education reaches the remotest parts using distance learning and using technology, how we can ensure that sanitization can be done in a very simple manner using technology and tools that one of the startups displayed, how we can make sure that our farmers are able to increase the productivity of their land, and how we can add value-adding products like the mushroom-based products that were just shown. These are all evidences of the huge opportunity that we have in every vertical in India, whether it is in agriculture, whether it is in water management, whether it is in pharmaceuticals or healthcare, whether it is in education, whether it is in affordable housing or clean drinking water and sanitation, whether it is in waste management or in manufacturing and MSME industry, or in the reuse of various products to create a circular economy that the world will benefit from. And these possibilities are very much there in India because India is a very, very talented country. Our youngsters are very bright people who, when given the opportunity and made available the ecosystem, an ecosystem which supports their entrepreneurial ventures, an ecosystem that enables them and helps them to stand on their own legs in the initial stages. That is why we are having an incubator, a world-class incubator like the SKU incubator. These incubators are necessary in order to ensure that young startups get the right type of support, whether it be venture capital support, funding support, whether it be the domain support that is required, the technology support or the research support that is required, or whether it is business planning and strategy support. All of these are required for a startup in order for them to succeed. And that is why the Atal Innovation Mission has been launching several initiatives at the school level, at the university level, at the district level, at the national level, and at the state level, to ensure that we create that vibrant ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation that will enable our young startup minds to be able to express their creative potential. And therefore, the third thing becomes very important in all of this equation, and that is we are living in a world of technology changing the landscape of the world. Every one of us is experiencing the benefits of technology, and everyone is being changed because of technology, the way we are experiencing the world and the way the world is experiencing us. Gone are the days where we found it difficult to connect with or transact with or do business with somebody who was remote. Gone are those days where we were not able to do financial transactions or payments to anybody who is in a village on a real-time basis. Today, because of the jam trinity, as the government says, more than 1 billion accounts, bank accounts are now available for our people across in the rural areas, tier 2, tier 3 cities of the country. More than 1 billion mobile phones are available to be able to connect anybody from anywhere to any place. And more than 1 billion unique IDs called Aadhaar IDs have been created that enables you to be able to uniquely identify yourself and be able to conduct business in a trusted manner. Now, these advances in computing, communications, and IoT or sensor technologies, which is changing the landscape of the world, coupled with technologies like robotics, miniaturized electronics, augmented virtual reality, technologies like cloud services or web-based services, communication technologies like wireless technologies, satellite technologies, and 5G technologies. All of these have become affordable, accessible, available, and advanced. And therefore, you are able to leverage this technology and use this technology just like some of the startups have done there, to be able to solve problems that we see in and around the communities that we live in. And when we solve a problem for India, we solve the problem for 1 billion people. And when we solve a problem for 1 billion people, it also means we solve a problem for 7.8 billion people on this planet, because any problem that you solve in India is applicable to the rest of the world. And actually, the rest of the world is now looking up to India, not only as a market for themselves, for their products and their services. But it also looks upon India as the source of talent, of innovation, of creativity, which can help them in their own countries. This is why we have now a $190 billion ITES industry, which has sprung up in the last 10 to 15 years. And we are known as the knowledge capital of the world. We are assuming a position of global leadership in IT and digital systems and digital technologies. And digital technologies like artificial intelligence or sensor technologies or IoT are going to get integrated into every solution that you see. For example, if you buy a refrigerator, it is going to be a smart refrigerator. If you buy a house, it is going to be a smart house. If you buy any equipment for the farm, it's going to be a smart equipment because it will have a number of sensor technologies attached to it. And that makes it intelligent, that makes your productivity high, that makes your outputs much better and more reliable. We have therefore technologies which is enabling you for precision agriculture, for irrigation and water management using solar energies or using renewable energies. We are having technologies which will enable you, even if you are differently abled, to be able to work like any normal human being because of assistive technologies. Now, these are all the solutions that are coming up, and therefore the opportunity for every entrepreneur who is assembled there and who are connected on this video call, the opportunity is immense. This combination that we are enjoying in India, the combination of a demographic dividend and a youthful country, a fast growing economy, and a rapidly changing technology-driven landscape, all of these are enabling India to grow at an exponential manner. And therefore, the government of India is pushing on all fronts to create that Atmanirbhar Bharat of our dreams. And Atmanirbhar Bharat means a strong, reliant, self-reliant India. It means that every one of its people can rely upon themselves. That is when an Atmanirbhar Bharat happens. It means that you can find your own mechanism of being able to be productive, of earning money, as well as contributing to the society. It is not required for us to be only job seekers. We can become job creators. That is what an Atmanirbhar Bharat means, that every citizen of our country has the ability to be able to create their own jobs and be able to contribute both to the economy as well as to their family, to the society in which they belong. That Atmanirbhar Bharat, as the Honorable Prime Minister has said in his clarion call, has 5 pillars which we need to focus on. First is the pillar of the demographic dividend, where we want to ensure that we empower all our youngsters in schools, in universities, to learn about technology, to learn about innovation, to acquire a problem-solving, innovative mindset. This is very important. You don't go to a school just to learn some subject and get some marks. That was useful for us until now. But now if you want to move further up the value chain, as they call, in the world, if you want to move up the value chain, we need to become problem solvers, we need to become innovators, we need to become job creators, not just job seekers. To do that, you have to acquire a culture of innovation in our schools, in our universities, in our young people. They should not be looking for somebody else to solve the problem. They should be actively solving the problem themselves because they have the ability, but we also want to empower them with the technology and the tools. And therefore, we have launched over 10,000 tinkering labs across the country in schools, and many of those are in every district of our country, the 715 districts that we have. Second thing is we need to create an ecosystem of entrepreneurship in our universities, like SKU University. And therefore, we have launched hundreds of incubators which are fostering thousands of startups. In India today, there are more than 400 incubators, out of which the Atal Innovation Mission alone in the last couple of years, just in 2 years, has set up more than 70 incubators. And we have more than 1,600 startups. Some of them are here. And we have more than 500 women-led startups. Now that is the new India in which we are all going to get exposed to, where women will have an equal opportunity for entrepreneurship, for innovation, for growth, and for contribution to their families and to society and to the country. The third thing we are doing is we are launching what are known as New India Challenges. These New India Challenges are challenges like what you saw just now. How do you increase farmer productivity? How do you efficiently manage water distribution? How do you reuse all the plastic or eliminate plastic from our country because it is a hazard to climate change? How do you ensure that manufacturing in the industry gets boosted because of using newer technologies and sensor technologies? How do we ensure distance education? So for all of this, we launch challenges with various ministries. And for these challenges, anybody, any of the startups, if they have a good idea for that challenge, the government gives a grant of anywhere between 50 lakhs to 1 crore for them to be able to convert that idea into a product that will get into the market. In order to support innovation across the country, not just in tier 1 cities, we have launched Atal Community Innovation Centers. These community innovation centers, and I'm sure SKU is already doing work in several communities around you, which are remote and which need help because of innovation. So these community innovation centers will not only spur innovation in order to create local job creation. Now, for example, that person who has created that mushroom product or value-adding products using mushroom like pickles and so on, that is something that may be available locally, and therefore that will drive local job creation. And if you are able to help such people to exploit the local resources and promote a local industry, you will create local jobs and people don't have to migrate to distant tier 1 cities or metro cities and leave their family behind. We want to create thousands of hubs of innovation and job creation. And therefore, these incubators and these innovation centers can help enable that. And finally, we want to make sure that industry, government, academia, local industry, they all come together to help in this innovation revolution that is going on. And therefore, I'm very, very happy that all the people who have assembled there, very distinguished, eminent people from different walks of life, from steel organizations, from academic institutions, from the agricultural production, all of the people who are assembled there, we all have to get together and work together to make sure that our startups and our innovators succeed. If we do all of that, we will achieve a global position of leadership that India richly deserves. In the last Global Innovation Index that was done, measured across the world, India advanced by 33 positions from a position of 81 5 years ago to a position of 48. We are now among the top 50 at position number 48 in the Global Innovation Index of the world. But my own personal conviction is that we can be in the global top 10 within the next 10 years. Why do I say that? Because of all these factors that we are talking about. We are creating that ecosystem of innovation and entrepreneurship in India that is much needed to create the great innovators of tomorrow. You see, Indians have never lacked for innovative thinking. When our innovator, we have never lacked for great engineers, great scientists, great innovators, great philosophers, great artists. You name it, we have it. When they go abroad, they do extraordinarily well. Any Indian who goes to the United States or Europe or UK does very well. We have a Satya Nadella heading Microsoft, a Sundar Pichai heading Google, a Shantanu Narayan heading Adobe, and Arvind Krishna heading IBM. These are giant companies. These are the top companies in the world, and we have Indians leading them. So what it shows to all of us is that we in India are capable of creating 1,000 Nadelas, 1,000 Abdul Kalams, 1,000 Sundar Pichais from our own country if we provide them the ecosystem for innovation and entrepreneurship. And therefore, this summit is all about creation of that ecosystem. When you make available that ecosystem to our youngsters, they blossom and they rise to the highest levels of possibilities in the field of their choice. And I therefore congratulate SKU, and I congratulate all the startups, and I congratulate all the people who have assembled, that you have taken this bold step towards creating that ecosystem and towards promoting innovation and entrepreneurship across the region, and thereby enabling the creation of an Atmanirbhar Bharat that we all dream about. As the great Vivekananda said, arise, awake, and stop not till your goals are reached. We have to arise to the possibility of creating this Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have to awaken our young people into a world of innovation, entrepreneurship, and make them aware of the possibilities. And we should not stop until the goal of an Atmanirbhar Bharat is reached. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to share a few thoughts on this particular occasion. I really appreciate your valuable time, and all the very best to every one of the startups who have assembled that. Jai Hind.
Very much, sir. And I, on all behalf and on behalf of AIC-SKU, Sri Krishnadevara University, on behalf of all the startups and ecosystem, we thank you profusely for having accepted and given a wonderful, thought-provoking address to all of us. We are really energized and to work in that direction. Before we conclude, I would like to call upon their two students, sir, engineering students who have developed this virtual platform for the last 3-4 days, sir. Mr. Rahul and Mr. Sandeep, engineering students who have developed this wonderful platform, these two students. And we tried, because taking the TGS into model, we have tried both physical and virtual incubation model, which stalls both physical and virtual exhibition summit, and which these two people have made it a good reality, sir. So both of them, yeah.
I really want to compliment, and this particular platform that you have created seems to be working extraordinarily well, and and it is outdoors, and with all that, I am able to hear you very clearly. I presume you are also able to hear me and see me very clearly. So I want to congratulate these people, youngsters, and please send me the details of the platform, and we'll try to use it at different places if possible.
Yeah, thank you very much. He is our technical executive, Dr. Chandramouli, and he led the team, both of them. That's exactly.
Chandramouli and the team, heartiest congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And finally, we still await your visit to this place, sir. This place is just 200 kilometers, 2 hours away from Bangalore airport, sir. So whenever you are next time in Bangalore, please do not miss and give us an opportunity to grace this occasion, sir.
I'll definitely come. And if it was possible, I'd have come for your convocation, but I will come sometime.
Yeah, definitely. We will keep in touch as soon as the convocation dates are finalized by the Chancellor, Governor of the Andhra Pradesh, sir. Definitely, we'll keep you communicated, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So that's it, sir. So I think I must appreciate your time, patience, effort, everything, and so so nicely done up. We have because when Manohar Reddy said that he's bringing Sunil Reddy Dodlagaru, really,
I didn't think all this will be there.
Yeah. No, but he always sets a very great target for us. And he said, Professor Raju, I do not know what you will do. I'm bringing him, he said. Then we will see rest of the thing. And Mr. అంటే చాలా మంది శ్రీధర్ కృష్ణమూర్తి గారు విజిట్ స్టిల్ switched off.
So we'll take you.
Yeah, we are just thanking our local supporters, sir, for their kind gesture to be with us.
I'll leave the meeting now.
Please, sir. Thank you very much, sir.